authorized to meet electronically. So this is a committee orientation followed by public hearings. Members of contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that, one, all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through Zoom, electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available from the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. Two, the notice for this meeting notice complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting. Helping us today, our committee researcher, Brad Greenland. Thank you much. And please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call only. I don't foresee that happening today, but nonetheless. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So, here.
Representative Smith.
Madam Clerk, we can't hear you at all. I can hear you're mumbling something, but there's no microphone near you.
There's a mic. Can you hear me now without my mask?
Yes.
I'll just, thank you. Representative Smith. Representative Hill.
Here, and there is no one with me.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
I'm here in the committee room.
Yeah. Representative, I hope I say this correctly, Ankerberg. Representative.
I am here and I'm alone.
Correctly, Representative. Representative Gorski.
I am here and there's nobody in the room.
Representative O'Hare. Representative Caro. Representative Sykes.
Representative Sykes is present and there's in his home and no one is here.
Thank you. Representative Cleaver.
Representative Cleaver is going to be arriving a little late this morning.
Thank you. Representative Fenton. Representative Fenton. Representative Pickering.
I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Representative Rich. Representative Rich.
Representative Fenton is here. Can you hear me now?
Now I can, thank you.
Good.
Representative Rich. Representative Tversky.
Representative Tversky's here and alone in my home, and I believe Representative Rich just was able to unmute.
I just unmuted. I'm here and my husband is nearby. Thank you.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox is here. I am viewing the meeting alone. However, my husband is in and out of the house.
Thank you. Representative Stevens.
Excuse me. Good morning here, alone in my home.
Thank you. And Representative Bailo.
Representative Bayu is here and I am alone.
Thank you. Do you need a count or do you? Yeah, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Let's get started. I've got a few things to go over in terms of our orientation. I did also call in 3 department heads and another normal, regular face in transportation. We'll get started with that probably about 9:30. Actually, I know we just did a roll call and it might seem kind of redundant, but it would help for, I think, everybody's benefit. So let's do an introduction. Just, not just your name, but where you're from, what you represent, what town you represent. So if we want to get started with that, I'll start with myself. My name is Thomas Walsh. I was born in Manchester originally, 1966, and since 1978, and starting my share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Larry Gagne. I'm from Manchester's Ward 6, the largest city. Moved here from Canada in 1950 when I was 6 years old. I've been in Manchester all my life. And this is my 7th term.
Jim Crawford.
Good morning. I'm Representative Carol Crawford. I represent Carroll District 4, which is Moulton Borough, Tufton Borough, and Sandwich. This is my 5th term, and I've always been in transportation. And I've lived most of my life up in Moulton Borough.
Representative Aaron.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Judy Aaron, and I am representing Sullivan County District 7, which is comprised of the towns of Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. And this is my 2nd term. I'm also a member of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. I'm a vice chair, and I am happy to be on this new committee and look forward to working with all of you and learning a whole lot of new things.
I'm just going to go around the room first, and I'll get to the screen. No order. Representative O'Hara.
Can't hear him.
Representative Tracy. I was born and raised in the Philippines.
Again, no particular order, just on the screen that I see.
Mr. Chairman, we couldn't hear who you announced or asked for.
Say again, George?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know who you wanted to go first on screen, but I couldn't hear the name that you mentioned.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ted Gorski, originally from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Moved up to New Hampshire back in the mid-'80s. I live now in Bedford for the last 18 years. I represent Bedford, Hillsborough 7, and this is my my 1st term.
Thank you. Representative Sykes.
Morning, everybody. My name is George Sykes. I'm represented from Grafton 13, which is the city of Lebanon. I've lived in Lebanon for over 30 years, and this is my 5th term on the Transportation Committee, and that's been the only committee that I've served on in those 5 terms.
Thank you. Representative Fox.
Good morning. I'm Drew Fox, and I represent Cheshire 6. I'm from Keene Ward 3. This is my 1st term and my first choice for committee work. Looking forward to it.
Representative Tulerski.
Good morning. My name is Laura Tulerski. I represent Nashua Ward 8, which is Hillsborough 35. I grew up in Nashua, and I am now representing the city in my 2nd term. And I was in transportation last term, and I just want to congratulate the new clerk. I'm thrilled to see Representative Crawford working as clerk this term.
Thank you for that. Representative Rich. Good to see you.
Cecilia Rich. I represent Stratford 18, which is Somersworth and Rollinsford. This is my second term.
Thank you. Representative Stevens.
Good morning. Deb Stevens here, and I represent Nashua, Ward 7, which is also where I grew up. Yeah, did I say second term? Yes, second term.
Thank you. Representative Fenton.
Hi, everybody. I'm Donovan Fenton. I represent Keene, Ward 5. This is my third term. Second term on transportation. My first term was on environment and agriculture, but I'm glad to be back. We got a great committee here, and I'm very excited. So it's good to see you all again.
Thank you. Representative Vayu.
Hi there. My name is Dan Vayu. I'm a first-term representative from Amherst, Hillsborough 22. I'm originally from Maine and spent a little time in exile down in DC and Baltimore. Looking forward to the work we do this year.
Representative Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Greg Hill. I live in Northfield, New Hampshire. Have lived here for 35 or so years. This is my 5th or 6th term. Haven't really done the math. I've served on a number of different committees: election law, education, labor. Now I am the chair of legislative administration. I'm also the chair of school building authority. That's about it. I look forward to my first term on transportation.
Thank you. Representative Pickering.
Good morning. I'm Representative Dan Pickering. I'm from Hancock. That's Hillsborough District 3. It includes Bennington and Greenfield. And this is my second term, and it's also my second term on transportation.
Thank you. Representative Ankerberg.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name's Ed Ankerberg. I represent Stratford District 10, which is Ward 3 in the Lilac City of Rochester, New Hampshire. And this is my first term.
Thank you. And we just had another member join us in person.
Representative Matt Pataro from Allenstown, Merrimack District 22. I'm a freshman representative, and I'm looking forward to working and learning with all of you.
I think I got everybody. The screen. Actually, I'm gonna have to shut that window. I can't see my screen. Did I miss anybody? Sun is blocking my view here.
Work on it, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, anyway, first of all, I guess I failed to mention this is my term on transportation as well. In my opinion, we've all volunteered to get on the best committee in the House. On any given day when we're in a normal circumstance, used to be, even the lobbyists that didn't have any bills, we always had the transportation, because it's like I said, the best committee in the House. I've just got a few things to go over quick, because like I said, we've got some guest speakers. 30. Just some recommended that you all know to get started. It is recommended that you use a single email in legislative business. I don't know if you've all gotten the state one, but we need one. Excuse me. Dress and decorum. Although there isn't actually a that dictates anything on decorum, I mean, it's always we do dress professionally. I mean, we are representing our towns. Food, coffee, lunch breaks. It's going to be a little different, obviously, because we are in this situation. But as a rule, there's no food during public hearings for sure, or exec sessions, coffee, etc. If you need any drinks or want anything, I usually hide mine right underneath the table. It just makes for a much more professional appearance. Again, the exception for that will be obviously for the members that are here in person. For our lunch break, we'll be probably eating right here. Use of electronic devices. This one's gone back and forth. One time, we were asked as committee members, just out of respect for the people that are here testifying, to not use them during our hearings. That's changed, obviously, in the world of COVID. As you can see, everybody, I think, has got one. What I ask is that you're respectful with them. When the public is speaking, please don't bury your head behind the screen. Just be aware that they're here, and we're here to listen. That's their opportunity. Please, if you're going to use it in our hearings, I hope it's for legislative reasons only, not Candy Crush or free cell or whatever the union leaders got to say. So again, most of it's just common sense, but it's stuff I've got to mention. If and when we do get back to our room, which is officially room 203, hopefully sooner than later, but we'll see how that goes. All committee members do have a drawer in our particular room. Again, I'll mention it. Hopefully when that day comes, they'll get me more specific about it. For those members that are here, obviously there are placards around the building in case of an emergency. And for security, we'll deal with that later on. We need to go for that now. 1 second here.
You need this, Mr. Chairman?
No. Just for some general rules, the balance between the parties right now in committee, we have 19 members, 10 Republicans, 9 Democrats. Committee seating, obviously I haven't done it at this point yet. I didn't know who was going to be here in person. Right now it's first come, first serve. I'll see how that pans out. Again, if we do ever get back in our room, then we'll make sure we have an official seating assignment. Our typical bill topics, I won't go through that. I think you're going to find out in a few minutes from our department heads that are going to be here introducing themselves and give you a better idea. And we obviously will do research, and our assistant will obviously be sending out notices, but always, if there's any doubt, check the calendar that comes out every Thursday for what our schedule looks like. Public hearings, I guess that's the most important thing we can talk about for those that are new to our committee or new to the House in general. The public hearing is just what it says. It's a public hearing. It's their opportunity, the citizens of the state, to come here and let us know how they feel on a certain bill. And it's our job at that time to listen. I've seen members in the past that watched way too much C-SPAN. They showed up in our committee rooms at a hearing thinking they were on the Senate Investigation Committee. That's not what we do to the public. We don't want to get into debates with them. What we can do, though, is ask questions, and we certainly should be doing that. All questions do go through the chair, and if you haven't been in one of these formats, you'll see soon how it works. Just about any communication that happens in a committee does go through the chair, and then the chair will recognize you. If you were a sponsor of a committee, if you're a sponsor of a bill in committee, what happens in this situation, if the bill is in this committee and you are a sponsor, you can introduce the bill. Once you do introduce it, if you're here, you can return to your seat, but you're not going to be allowed to participate in any more questioning of anybody's testifying. It's only fair. You get one bite at the apple, and that's when you're introducing it. Keep in mind, once we have the executive session on that, then obviously you can participate with everybody else. This is an old book. It says no action on bill, same day as hearing. That's traditionally how it's been in the House. Generally, we have our public hearings on one day for a bill, and then we'll do our exec session on a different day. The rule did change. We are allowed 2 exec on same day. We'll see how that goes. We'll take it day by day. I have had a discussion with the ranking member on if we do that, the opportunities for our caucuses are going to be there. I'm not planning on that today. That's something we'll still work out. Next week, I did post, well, when I sent my post in for an executive session, they actually didn't put it in the calendar, still giving us the levity to do what we need just to expedite things through committee. Excuse my voice too, by the way. I think it's my first day as chair. I'm starting to lose it. Might have something to do with the furnace running all night, last night. Executive. The public has their opportunity to speak at the public hearing. Nobody from the public will be inputting the executive session without my consent. Occasionally, we do look at our department heads or people that may have an answer to a question that's important and allow it. But for the most part, the executive session is our time to debate these and then ultimately vote on them. Amendments prepared by OLS. That, I'm not going to get into that right now. If you've got any particular questions on that, approach me later. I know how it used to be, but again, with COVID, things are a little different on the amendment process. If you've got any questions on that, let me know individually. Motions. Again, for most of us that are returning, you get it, you know what's going on. As far as the motions that are typical, whether it's inexpedient to legislate, to pass, etc. There are others. For the freshmen, I guess the easiest thing to do is just to watch and see how this all pans out. It won't take long. It's actually an interesting process what we do. And it doesn't take long. If you have any questions, again, don't hesitate to ask anybody that's been around. Lastly, on our executive sessions, again, this goes to our freshmen more than anybody. With every bill that we vote on in our executive session, that vote is actually just a recommendation to go to the full House. Every bill that's introduced in the House has to be voted on by the full House. What we do in committee is just vote on our recommendation. And if at the end of the vote, we have to report for the calendar for the benefit of everybody else in the House. We're not supposed to call them blurbs anymore. That's what they are. But they're actually officially a committee report, by majority report, and sometimes you'll see a minority report as well. And that's just stating the positions of the members of the committee that voted each a certain way. If we get to votes that are unanimous, say we had a 19-0 to recommend ought to pass, there is a thing called a consent calendar. A motion can be made to move it to consent, and that's a group of bills that when we get to House session will be voted on by the House with one vote instead of going line by line, bill by bill. You'll see that for unanimous, maybe one or two dissenters if there's no objection. And I know that's how they're all going to pass out of committee this year, so we've got that going for us. The last thing I mentioned, because I'm looking at the clock, I want to put out a big thanks for our staff. Mr. Brad Greenland, he's our committee researcher, and Rebecca Stewart is our committee assistant. These people have helped me out tremendously to get going. I ask you to have some patience with me. I am certainly not the most technological advanced person. I could build you a round staircase with my eyes closed, but this is a learning curve for me. So I hope you can tolerate me during this learning curve. What I'll do, I've got a few minutes. That's all I've got to run over quickly. Are there any questions from anybody right now before we get into the guest speakers?
Mr. Chairman. Hi, this is Representative Sykes. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Tulerski. But anyways, I just wanted to say I admire your optimism, and I hope that it all proves to be true. That's one thing about this committee, that we generally can find our way to be cordial and really do a good job of examining issues. And thank you for that moment.
Thank you. Representative Tularsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the scheduling is been a big challenge for the staff, but acknowledging that we're meeting this week on a Friday and next week on a Friday, do you have any idea for our own scheduling purposes what we might be doing moving forward?
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, as you know, usually it's us as a committee to get to decide what day. Right now, it's the speaker's office, because it's all double rooms, that's actually picking the day that we're allowed to use a room. We've got Friday next week as well as this week. Obviously, it's not my favorite day either. I will reach out to the speaker's office to get an indication of whether we're going to be on Fridays or if it's going to be changing. There is a chance it could change in the future, because as other committees finish up their bills, there are some that only have a handful, for example. There might be more rooms available on different days. So that's the best answer I can give you right now. Right, this is the day that we're stuck with.
Thank you. That helps, knowing that there might be something down the road.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if you would prefer us using the hand raise feature or just call out?
Yeah, thank you for that, Representative Hill. I'm just getting used to this format myself. I did see Representative Tularsky's hand up, so why don't we go with that? I may still just acknowledge you by voice, but at least I can see who does want to say something.
The good news is it pops your name to the top of the roster so that you can see where people are.
I'll look into that. Actually, as soon as we get going on our guest speakers, I'm gonna have to go shut the blinds so I can actually see the screen again. So, any other questions? Because I am having a hard time seeing my screen. Not seeing none. Thank you very much. I know Director Bilecki from the DMV, she's under a time crunch. She has to be on for 9:30. Is she available? Elizabeth Bilecki, Director Bilecki.
Good morning, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Director. Yes, I can.
Perfect. I don't know if I'm able to share video with you. I think it's just audio for us from this perspective.
No, that's fine. Actually, I've only scheduled about 45 minutes or so for these introductions. I was just hoping to have people see a face with a name and just a little description of what we usually get your advice on.
Yeah, and I should have a couple other people with me. Deputy Director Michael Todd should be on, and Lieutenant Andy Player from Troop G should also be on. And we are ready whenever you are ready for us.
Hold on one second. Representative O'Hara. Okay, there they are. Okay, all yours. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make sure that the committee has the slides that we provided to you and Brad yesterday.
Hold on one second. Let's see if we can get that up. Brad, is there any way you can get that up?
Yes, I can also, if Director Bilecki is promoted to a panelist, she will be able to share her screen.
Actually, Brad, could you do that with Michael Todd? He has the slides loaded on his computer and he can share his screen.
Sure.
That would be great. And while Brad is doing that, I'll just say good morning. My name is Elizabeth Bilecki. I am the Director of the Division of Motor Vehicles within the Department of Safety. I have been in my position for a little over 5 years now. It's hard to believe. It just seems like just a couple of years ago, I was in front of the Transportation Committee as a newbie. And thank you, you were all very gracious and treated me very well. I see a lot of familiar and unfamiliar faces. So I'm just hoping that we will develop a really good working relationship. I always encourage all representatives and senators, as well as any committee members, to reach out to us with any questions related to the DMV. we'll try our best to help you in any way that we can. And with that, we will try to go rather quickly through our slides. I think they're pretty well self-explanatory. We can stop or slow down at any point. Mr. Chairman, if you see any questions that come up, please feel free to stop me and we can answer them as we go along. I'll just move on to slide number 2 and share with you the mission of the DMV. You can read through the full version of the mission, but I simplify it by saying that our mission is to ensure the safety of our drivers, the safety of our vehicles, and the safety of New Hampshire roadways. Moving on to slide number 3. This is an org chart of the Department of Safety. So you can see that we are one of the divisions of the Department of Safety, along with Administration, State Police, Homeland Security, Fire Standards and Emergency Services, and the Division of Fire Safety. The next slide provides you with an overview of the DMV. And again, I won't go into much detail on this slide because we'll move into each bureau in the following slides. So moving on to slide number 5, here's an overview of the DMV's Bureau of Operations. This is our largest bureau, and these are the people that are interacting with our customers face to face. So the Bureau of Operations is responsible for the processing of any type of counter transactions. We're staffing all of our 14 locations. We've listed out both the full-time and part-time locations. We have about 82 full-time employees and 42 part-time employees within the Bureau of Operations. The Bureau of Licensing, these are our road examiners. So these are examiners that are administering all types of skill testing for operator licenses, commercial licenses, as well as motorcycle endorsements. We have provided you with just snapshots of numbers so that you have an idea of what numbers we're dealing with. So at the end of December of 2020, we had just a little over 1.1 million active licenses. Then we broke those out into CDL licenses, non-driver IDs, and Real ID compliant licenses as well. Slide number 7 introduces our Bureau of Financial Responsibility. This bureau really takes care of anything that ends up on a motor vehicle record. So any convictions, suspensions, violations, and so forth. Again, a snapshot of our calendar year 2020 activities. We've processed 57,000 driver license suspensions, 27,000 registration suspensions. By-mail tickets, these would be tickets that are coming through all local PDs, and we're actually entering them into our system manually. Online ticket pay transactions, 29,000 of those were processed, and then not guilty pleas. Again, manual entry, but we have some good news with that later on in the presentation. Slide number 8 describes the Bureau of Registration. I know some of you are familiar with Mr. Ialuna. He is no longer with the DMV. He actually moved on to the private sector. So Mr. Oberdenk, Jeff Oberdenk, has taken over for Chris, and you will have the pleasure of hearing him later today. Our Bureau of Registration is responsible for managing all vehicle registrations within the state. That includes all motor vehicles, automobiles, boats, or any type trailers, or any type of vehicles that are registered on the road. Again, we're giving you some statistics at the end of December of 2020, 1.6 million vehicles registered. This will be, again, not just automobiles, but any type of vehicles. Walking disability placards, 124,000 of those. One of my favorites is the last statistics number of vanity plates issued, 167,000 of those. Slide number 9 introduces the Bureau of Title and Anti-Theft. The Bureau of Title manages anything that has to do with the ownership of the vehicle. They're also involved with a number of national organizations such as NCIC and NMVIDIS, and you see some of those transactions down below. And those just really ensure the safety or relate to any type of crime related to vehicles. So those would be notifications of stolen vehicles and others where we have to conduct a search of our system to see if any of those ended up in New Hampshire. This is fiscal year 2020, so it's a little bit different. Mike later on will have the statistics for you for calendar year 2020. Fiscal 2020 would have ended June 30th of 2020. 358,000 titles that were issued by the Bureau of Titles, and you have the breakdown between new and pre-owned vehicles. Slide number 10 discusses the director's office. So this would be my office as well as the Bureau of Audits. We really, our role is to oversee the entire operation and set a strategic priority for the DMV as well. We're responsible for the oversight and management of all of our employees, 199 full-time employees and 66 part-time employees. The next slide introduces just some other functions, and the first two are ones that we share with the with State Police Troop G, driver safety education. So this is your driver's ed. We have a trooper that oversees all of the schools that educate all of our 16-year-olds and just ensures that all of the instructors are properly credentialed. Similarly, pupil transportation, Lieutenant Player has a trooper in charge of that to oversee all school bus inspection and certification of school bus drivers. We also provide motorcycle rider safety education, so the motorcycle rider training courses within the state, and are involved in the National Fatal Accident Reporting System. Slide number 12 just gives you an idea of all of the different partners and communities that we are involved with and communicate with on a regular basis. Now, I will pause right here because this is where we transition to Deputy Todd, giving you an overview of just the effect of the pandemic on DMV operations, but I'll stop and see if there are any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Let me take a look.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Representative Aaron, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this very informative. I am interested to know how many vehicles do we have that are operated and owned by the state?
State fleet, I don't have those numbers, Representative, but I can definitely get those for you.
Sure.
Are you looking at all types of vehicles?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking at all types of vehicles or passenger vehicles? Because there will be things like snowmobiles and ATVs that Fish and Game has registered as well. So are you looking at just motor vehicles or all types, boats, trailers, snowmobiles, and so forth?
Oh, yeah, it would be interesting to know a breakdown. Thank you.
We will get that for you.
Thank you. Representative Sykes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Bilecki, is it possible moving forward for you to present to us the total number of decal plates that have been issued? We spend an awful lot of time on decal plate issues, and I'd be curious to know how many actual decal plates have been issued.
Absolutely, we can have that statistics. I can follow up with the chairman and provide that to him sometime next week.
Yeah, it's no particular rush. Thank you.
Question, Representative Sykes. Representative Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you again, Director Bilecki. I wondered if you could skip back to, I think it was the second slide that you showed with the total number of registrations. I'd like to take a quick screenshot.
Under Bureau of Registrations, is it this one?
That actually, it was the one that had the number of licenses issued,
Oh,
I
okay.
think.
Okay.
Sorry. There you go. Oh, that's it. Perfect. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you very much for this informative presentation.
Yes, absolutely. My pleasure, Representative Hill. Did you have a question on this slide?
I did not. I just wanted to see it again.
Oh, okay. And we do
Thank
have
you.
this, we did make this presentation available. Again, we're okay if the chair wants to share this with the committee members.
Thank you very much.
One more question, Director. Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Bilecki. Could you describe what the difference is between a municipal agent?
I'm sorry, municipal agent, and I didn't catch the rest of your question.
and a boat agent. I'm not sure what a municipal agent is.
Yep, you will very quickly know what it is. Municipal agents are all of our town and city clerks that process registrations. They actually are agents of the state because they not only process your town registration, but they also act in an agency capacity and process the state portion of the registration as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
And also, how does that differ from a boat agent?
Yeah, boat agents are typically private or marinas. We do have some of our municipal agents that also process boat registrations and renewals, but we've also brought on a number of boat agents only, which will be privately owned marinas where you can register your boat.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Very welcome.
I don't see any other questions, Director.
Okay, if you don't mind, we thought that it would be important for us to give you an update of really just how the pandemic has affected DMV operations, and Deputy Director Michael Todd can bring you through these slides as well.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to discuss very briefly how the pandemic has impacted our operations and how the DMV has responded. Just to give you a quick overview, our customer demand has changed a bit, but you can see that in a lot of ways it hasn't diminished that much. Our customer calls received in 2020 went up to almost 1 million calls from about 600,000 in the year before, in 2019. Titles issued, and we'll discuss why that is. The titles issued, it's comparable. There was a slowdown in sales, and you can see that with the titles issued. That there's a responsive diminishment there, but that is not because we haven't met demand. This is just what the demand is. Skills tests performed. Again, there's a bottleneck of if you will, at the driver education programs, and as they're running their students through, we're providing the skill tests there to them, but they're still, you can see we're behind. The program is behind. The education programs are behind by about 6,000 in comparison to last year. Again, though, this is what our demand is, and we are meeting the demand. Licenses and ID cards issued at about 300,000 for this year. This is what we call a dip year. And in 2001, RSA 263.10 was changed to modified so that the anniversary date to renew your license went from every 4th year to every 5th year. And so we have what we call a dip year. And this year's our dip year. The last dip year was 2015. So we gave you the 2015 number. So it was a more comparable number. You can see that the demand for licenses hasn't changed. Knowledge tests performed, 26,000. And then active registrations, which Director Blecki covered earlier, is 1.6 million. So the impact of the pandemic on our operations, we did close for 2 days to transition to appointment only walk-in services in March of 2020. We reopened on that following Monday, and in-person, online, and phone services, CDL tests, all continue to be available through that time, and they continue to be available today. We did pause knowledge and road and motorcycle tests between March and June. You'll notice that our call volume, we saw this in the last slide, it increased by up to 300% during weeks with 6,000 calls per day. That's approximately between March and November, we had 50,000 additional calls per month to get us that almost 1 million calls last year. And that's because when we transitioned, a lot of our services transitioned to phone services. So people would call, and we'd provide what services were available to them via the phone. They'd have to set up appointments via the phone. And we did leverage a lot of our staff and put them on the phone systems to respond to that need. We did install an online appointment service that's available so people can now schedule online. You'll see that our calls actually, we saw that our calls did drop down we normally would expect. And you'll see throughout this presentation that the pandemic created new challenges. We met those challenges, and then we continue to push the envelope, to push forward to create new efficiencies for our customers. So we did offer 6 months extensions for driver licenses over the phone. We still offer those extensions for individuals who have particular concerns, extenuating circumstances. Automatic extensions for 20-day plates were available from March to May, and the Real ID compliance deadline was extended to October 2021. So on the last slide, I talked a little bit about innovation during the pandemic. We took the opportunity here. We're always trying to push forward and make provide a better customer service experience. During the pandemic, it wasn't any different. We did install a COVID health, safety, and remote productivity protocol. So essentially, none of our staff come to work sick. We ask them a variety of questions. We take the temperature. We make sure that we have a safe and healthy environment in our buildings. And you can see we haven't had to shut down because of COVID, which you've seen in many states around us. They've had to shut down for extended periods of time because of COVID. It hasn't happened here in New Hampshire. We offer Dropbox services. We put the online Real ID document checker, made that available. Online applications for motorcycle rider training. And each one of these steps allows our staff to focus on transactions, on the more essential transactions to our mission, and allows customers to be more efficient with their time and have a better customer service experience. Remote worker support has been made available, so workers who do need to be out can work from home with the VPN and a laptop, etc. We started an online knowledge road test request system, online ticket payment. The online appointment scheduler became available in October. We did see a drop in our phone queues, a considerable drop in our phone queues, and that's right about then when we saw that our phone queues go back to what we expected pre-pandemic. State police have been fantastic. Troop G and with the state police have been fantastic in helping with providing CDL testing, so that's continued to be available. And then the online driver's license renewal update was in December, and the online driver's license duplicate in January. So all these services have continued to provide a better customer service experience even during the challenges of the pandemic, allowing us to meet customer demand. In comparison to other states, we are doing fantastic. I would say we're at the top of the heap. You can see in Connecticut, they shut down for 3 months. Maine shut down for 2.5 months. Vermont, 5 months. New Hampshire, 2 days. And so I have a lot of pride in our state. I have a lot of pride in the DMV, and I can have the numbers to back it up. We've done a great job. As far as appointment availability goes, if it does vary by location, but at our full-time locations, licensing appointments are available 1 to 3 weeks. Knowledge tests available now to up to 2 weeks. Road tests 2 to 6 weeks. We do have a longer wait time for road tests. We are putting more resources toward processing road tests through to get that down. And you can see from the customer comments that the customers are very much in favor of the appointment system. It provides a lot of convenience for them. And it's good for the DMV. It's good for our customers. So it's a win-win all the way around. And it's not just the appointment system though. It's not just these innovations online that we're proud of. It's our staff. Innovations online are great, but they don't mean as much. They don't mean really much of anything. Our staff aren't there to help provide those services when they arrive. And you can see in here, they talk about the staff as patient, very well organized, very efficient. The personnel were very helpful and professional. Great job. I was surprised and satisfied with my visit. People have good experiences when they come to the DMV, and it's because of the staff. And we're very thankful for that. So some of the constraints during COVID, we do have a 15%. We did have 15% vacancies, and now with waivers, we're down to 13% vacancies. It's still a challenge. And then, of course, absences. You'll see in January and February, those are kind of our high points for absences in a normal year because it's the flu season. But you'll see every other month because of the pandemic, every month after March, we actually exceeded what we would normally see for our high number of vacancies for the year. So it's a big challenge, obviously, in April and May, April and May of last year was a massive challenge. These are all the constraints we are dealing with, but we are meeting these challenges, and we're being successful. This is our current availability of services. We do have Milford opening up in mid-February. We also have Tamworth available in early February. So we're continuing to expand. And again, you can see that even though we have the challenges of the pandemic, we have the challenges of staffing, we are offering services to our customers. It's customers first. We always want to get to yes for each customer, and we're doing that. We're doing that to the best of our ability, and I think we're succeeding. So the next steps, we want to make sure we're filling our vacant positions. continuing to do that, increase appointment capacity, which you can see that we are able to do that, and we are doing that. And then we want to reopen the Milford and Tamworth locations for in-person appointments, which are planned for next month. Some online customer service initiatives. This is a little more detail on some of the items we've already covered, but you can see in 2020 we delivered in the online Real ID document checker, motorcycle rider training sign up, which allows our MRT, is a very popular program, allows the applicants to sign up online and complete the paperwork online on their own, rather than having to have, passing paper back and forth and having to have additional phone calls with staff. So it frees us up to do other transactions and allows the customer to get in and out, to get them virtually in and out of their transaction very quickly. Online ticket payment in August, customer queuing in the Keene substation in September, appointment booking in October, which is a large deliverable that really helped improve the customer experience, and also the ability for our staff to return to their normal duties, get them off the phones to get our transactions flowing. And then the online driver license renewal in December. And then underway, we have the online driver duplicate, the electronic title liens. There's an RFI out for that right now, like electronic temporary plates, electronic title applications. All these new initiatives are, again, to provide more convenience for the customer, increase our efficiency, and get us focusing on the transactions, and so we can turn around the transaction more quickly and more convenient for our customer. State to state is obviously a large deliverable in June. And then we have driver's license image exchange, online motor vehicle records request, boat fee online calculator, online restoration all this year. Again, we're not happy with the status quo. We're continually moving forward, continuing to improve the customer service experience, transaction times, and convenience. So thank you very much. I ran through that very quickly. I appreciate your time. I'll turn my time over to the chair and for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to questions. John Borski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Todd, thank you very much for this overview. A quick question I have for you. With the appointment schedule, how much ahead of time can a person make their appointment?
Right now, an individual can make an appointment about 45 days. We're continually looking at that and seeing if that needs to be increased. But right now, it seems to be meeting the demand that's needed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. I actually have two quick questions. One is, I'm curious how many customers are participating in the online registration system as opposed to the call-in registration system. I was unaware that you guys had launched an online scheduling service. And then second, if you have any information on the actual in-person turnaround time from start to finish once a person arrives for their appointment, are you seeing improvements in that as opposed to the drop-in system that you've had up to this point? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tulerski. So let's go back to the customer comments here. You can see one of the customer comments, the individual says they were in and out in 15 minutes, and that is what the standard time is for a transaction. You hit the door at and you're out with your transaction completed in about 15 minutes, sometimes 20. So the convenience to the customers is incredible. They don't have to take as much time off from work. They don't have to, whatever it is that they would normally do during their day, they don't have to take time off to do that, or much time off to do that. They can come in and be out in 20 minutes. So it's a large convenience for the customer. And as far as the number of people using the online appointment scheduler, it's significant. I don't know the exact figure, but I would say it's got to be more than 80%. I would say upwards of 90% are using the online scheduler to schedule their own appointments.
Thank you. Those are wonderful improvements.
Thank you.
One more question. I have to cut it short only because I only scheduled an hour and a half. We have a public hearing at 10:30. Also next.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear that question. I apologize.
That's okay. This is all my fault. Representative Aaron, and from here on in, if you've got any questions, write them down, and we can get the answers later on.
I think Representative Aaron, are you muted?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Can you hear me now?
Just barely.
Well, I'm interested to know.
I can hear you now. Thank you. I'm sorry. I can't hear the question. Could someone relay the question to me? That would be fantastic. Are others able to hear the question? Okay. So I apologize. I wasn't able to hear that. And
The audio is not over.
I'd be happy to take it if you wanted to email it to me, or someone could text message it to me. I'd be happy to answer it, or I can answer the question later.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there are any other remaining questions, if Brad wants to get those to me, we'll be happy to provide you with the answers to those. I want to make sure that we give some time to Lieutenant Player because he's really integral in the DMV Troop G operations. And I know that there's a lot of bills in front of you that have to deal with law enforcement matters that the lieutenant can answer as well.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask Brad to allow Andy Player the panelist control as well, he can share his screen and go through his presentation, and we're aware of the time. We'll make it very quick.
Okay. Brad, did you get that?
Yes, he should be a panelist now.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. I'm Lieutenant Andrew Player with New Hampshire State Police Troop G. I've been the troop commander there for approximately 3 years now, and I've served with Troop G for almost 9 years. Troop G definitely works very closely with the DMV. The New Hampshire State Police mission statement there is in front of you, and you can see that we are dedicated to maintaining the highest degree of law enforcement service throughout the state of New Hampshire while maintaining the traditions of fairness, professionalism, and integrity. That's something that we take to heart as troopers, and we know it from the day that we come on. The state police as a whole is typically comprised of 340 troopers. We're down approximately 30 troopers as of today due to retirements and some budgeting with COVID, trying to anticipate budgetary shortfalls. Right now, we're down about 30 troopers. The division as a whole is made up of 7 troops in addition to investigative and specialty units, and our jurisdiction actually is derived from RSA 106B:12. There's a quick visual on the side that shows the breakdown of the different troops. As you can see, Troop G is in the purple, and we actually cover the entire state. We're a little bit different than a lot of the other troops. Our mission is different, where we're not covering a particular road or a particular town or county doing what's considered normal police work. We're a non-traditional law enforcement entity of the state police. Our barracks is located within the Division of Motor Vehicles building in Concord. It works very well for us because it just allows for a much better flow of communication between our two organizations. There's actually 3 primary sections of Troop G: the Commercial Motor Vehicle Enforcement Unit, the Field Enforcement Unit, and the DMV Task Force. And what we do is we really govern the administrative laws and rules governing safety inspection and sale of vehicles, as well as federal regulations governing commercial motor vehicles. And then there's a number of other tasks that we do to assist the Division of Motor Vehicles. So what makes us different is we're slated to have 47 troopers, as well as 2 auxiliary troopers, which are part-time troopers. They're actually retired from the state police and came back to assist with our mission. And then we have 12 civilians. I will tell you right now, due to some of the stuff that's going on, we're down 7 troopers as of today, and we've had a few other folks that are temporarily assigned elsewhere within the division to try and meet demands that the organization is facing. We have a number of daily responsibilities. As I said, we cover the entire state. And we work with a number of different entities, from the Commissioner's Office, Division of Motor Vehicles, Department of Transportation, Federal Motor Carrier Association, Federal Highway, and a lot of the representatives and organizations that represent those industries that we govern. The Field Enforcement Unit is primarily monitors and audits the approximately 4,200 dealer and inspection stations throughout the state of New Hampshire to make sure that they are complying with administrative rules and laws that govern state inspections and vehicle sales. We have staff that goes out for any new dealership that opens, as well as collect supplies for dealerships and inspection stations when they close. We also assist with the state mechanic inspection certification program. So all the mechanics that actually conduct the state inspections, we host a information session for them. We present at that, and then we actually go out and do field tests of each mechanic. We locate and serve those that are deemed to be habitual offenders and need a hearing for that process to commence. We also prosecute and participate in court, and as well as administrative actions for law and rule violations against vehicle dealers and inspection stations. We conduct salvage inspections of vehicles that have been deemed a total loss by the insurance companies. When those vehicles are repaired and placed back on the roadway, we do an inspection of those to make sure there's not fraud and that the vehicles are put together in a safe fashion. We also review vehicles seeking New Hampshire state issued VINs, as well as enforcement of all state and criminal motor vehicle laws. And then in addition, we also make sure to assist local police departments that need assistance in these areas of assistance as well, or these types of investigations. In addition, we have an investigations unit that's actually located on the second floor of the Division of Motor Vehicles. They are, it's supposed to be staffed by a detective sergeant and 3 investigators. Again, we have some staff that is temporarily assigned elsewhere, so we are down on some of that staff as well. But they are primarily responsible for investigating title fraud, internal fraud that occurs at the Division of Motor Vehicles. Unfortunately, we don't see very much of that at all, so that's a good thing. We do license and registration fraud, residency fraud, and identity fraud. We do see a fair amount of the identity fraud that people do attempt to perform in New Hampshire. We also provide assistance to law enforcement with these types of investigations, including vehicle title and identity document fraud. The Driver Education Unit, they provide the oversight and support for the more than 75 driver education schools, and oversight and support for the 250 driver education instructors. They work with the curriculum, as well as instructor certification and professional development approval and secondary school approval. We have 1 trooper that actually is dedicated to that particular program. We have another trooper that's dedicated to the People Transportation Unit. That's responsible for overseeing the school bus industry in New Hampshire. They monitor and audit 100 public school bus companies for compliance with the administrative rules for school bus transportation. They conduct criminal and motor vehicle background checks of the bus drivers. They are responsible for training and certification of school bus drivers and school bus driver instructors. They oversee safety inspections of more than 3,000 school buses in New Hampshire and assist with investigations of school bus crashes. In addition, they'll investigate complaints regarding school buses and school bus drivers. And they also assist at the State Emergency Operations Center if there is a event that requires a mass evacuation and school buses are needed to do that. The trooper in that particular unit helps assist with that at the EOC. And again, we assist the local police departments with matters involving school buses. The Commercial Motor Vehicle Enforcement Unit, that enforces state and federal regulations regarding commercial motor vehicles as they pertain to transportation of persons or goods, including hazardous materials. Troopers are certified to conduct commercial motor vehicle inspections in compliance with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Troop G is the only group in New Hampshire law enforcement that is certified to do motor carrier inspections under the FMCSA in New Hampshire. We enforce rules and laws pertaining to the International Registration Plan, International Fuel Tax Agreement, as well as the Unified Carrier Registration. We're also trained and equipped to determine compliance with the state size and weight laws. And we also educate and audit new motor carriers. So if a brand new trucking company enrolls with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, they're based out of New Hampshire, we'll go and conduct an audit to make sure they're in compliance and help educate them how they can remain in compliance as they become a new carrier. We also assist the Division of Motor Vehicles with commercial driver's license testing and assist police agencies with crashes involving commercial motor carriers. And we also, not surprisingly, commercial motor vehicle enforcement. The authority for the commercial motor vehicle enforcement actually comes from RSA 266-72-A, paragraph B, or paragraph 5. The inspections encompass the vehicle components, the driver's physical condition, cargo condition, and documentation. So to make sure they have the proper licensing, that they are complying with hours of service. Troopers actually have the authority to place drivers and vehicles out of service for specifically defined violations of adopted federal regulations. The inspections are then uploaded once they're complete into a database, which is available to law enforcement throughout the country almost immediately. And those inspections are actually used to build a company safety profile. So if a carrier has an inspection where there's no violations found, their safety rating goes up. Whereas if you go and conduct an inspection and numerous violations are found, that could negatively impact a carrier safety profile. It's kind of a quick rundown. There's a lot that we do, but I'm open to any questions if any of the committee members have any. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from anybody? We'll get back to the
Mr. Chairman, Director Bielecki again. Just in closing, I just want to again invite any committee members to reach out to us with any questions. Even if you're not sure if you're reaching out to the right person, we can ensure that we route you to where you need to go. I'll share with Brad our email addresses and office phone numbers. I think those email is usually the quickest and easiest way to reach us. And again, if there are any questions that you think of after the presentation, feel free to reach out to us. And we really appreciate your time and looking forward to working with all of you this session.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much, everybody else. I do appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions for you in the future. So thank you again. So now, let's see. I had actually asked presentations to be about 10-15 minutes. Just a summary of that information probably didn't get out, so that's my fault. Now we're faced with a public hearing in 15 minutes. I allowed the DMV to go through their whole presentation because we in fact deal with them probably 80% of the time, well, with Department of Safety. But in terms of the Department of Transportation, I don't know. I wouldn't mind rescheduling it. Can we get them on to see if a rescheduling would be okay with them?
Does that work?
Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, you there?
Yes, good morning. I'm here and Commissioner Sheehan is here as well, and she would be best to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I see her now.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We really defer to you. We're happy to keep our remarks brief this morning or to reschedule so there's more time to go through our materials.
If you don't mind, and I do apologize, I'd really like to get the full presentation. And looking at 15 minutes, would it be okay with you we reschedule rather than trying to abbreviate it that much?
That's quite all right. We recognize that you might have questions as well, so we'd rather not be rushed and make sure we address everything that the committee might want us to cover.
I agree. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask Captain Eastman the same question.
Yes, hello, good morning. That would be completely fine. I have no problem with rescheduling.
I certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Can you be in touch shortly? I only had one other person who promised me was only going to take 2 minutes. So we have 2 minutes. Dan Bennett from the NHADA.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, Chairman Washington, members of the House Transportation Committee. It's nice to see some familiar faces and some new faces. I will be brief. I don't know what's worse, to be the last speaker before lunch or your first hearing, so I'll go through as quick as I can. My name is Dan Bennett. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. I did send you all a fact sheet yesterday with my contact information and also some info to speed up this introduction. So NHADA is a trade group that represents the motor vehicle industry. We are over 500 businesses that are car, truck, snowmobile, ATV, construction, farm equipment, and body shops in all corners of the state in every community. We have about 14,000 employees and make up about a quarter of the retail sales in New Hampshire. And we are both franchised and independent members. We actually have more independent businesses than franchised members. So 2 important things about NHADA is that a cornerstone issue for us is roadway safety. We believe in safe roads, a safe motoring public through things like the annual inspection program, the ban on texting while driving, motorcycle rider education, and the Traffic Safety Commission, of which we're a member. And I know you'll have a bill on later in the session. Another important program we run is an AutoCap program, which is a consumer complaint program. And I point this out because if you have a constituent that calls, our AutoCap program can certainly help you. A lot of times complaints against dealers or inspection stations is really just miscommunication or misinformation. They didn't know what tires for life meant, or the salesperson didn't know they wanted 2 names on the title, not one, in which order they should be in. So we can help mediate those confusions or conflicts that come up. It's an independent panel. The results are binding on the dealer. They're not on the consumer. And if the dealer doesn't abide by the decision, we have the option to throw them out of our association. They lose their health care benefits, their workers' comp benefits, things like that. So the Attorney General sends about 200 cases a year over to us. So I think it shows their confidence in our resolution system. So that information can be handy if you have constituent issues. So throughout the session, you'll hear from me, from us, from possibly our president, Pete McNamara, and then many of our members who really are the true experts who are in the field, who are in the trenches doing this every day. You'll hear from us on a variety of bills, especially HB 522, which will modify or is proposed to modify the annual inspection program. We currently have an over 15% failure rate with an annual program. So extending that, in our opinion, is something that's just an unsafe change in policy. I was pleased to see the presentation by the DMV and DOS. We are partners with them and we work very, very closely. I would like to give some kudos to Director Bielecki and Michael Todd as well, and their team. Their operations during COVID were unparalleled. You saw that when they mentioned that they were the only DMV around to have only a 2-day shutdown. So they really deserve a tremendous amount of kudos for the businesses and the citizens of the state. During the original shutdown, vehicle sales and service were deemed by the governor to be essential services. So our workload and our needs at the DMV never slowed down, whether it was for title turnaround, the buying and selling of operations of businesses, inspections, and things like that. They handled it in a highly efficient manner and shifted when they needed to. I'd like to point to, we had an out-of-state dealer come into New Hampshire and buy a large truck dealership, 2 of them actually. And at the conclusion of it in the meeting with the DMV, the comment by this out-of-state dealer was, "I wish all New England DMVs operated the way New Hampshire did." So again, I point that out and a kudos to them and their operations and their team. We and I look forward to working with you over the session. If there's anything that I can answer or assist with, please don't hesitate to let me know. As mentioned, I sent you my contact information, and I'll answer any questions if there are any. And if not, good luck with the rest of your hearings and your workload today.
Thank you, Dan. I just have one question. Was that really 2 minutes?
2.5?
Yeah, I was kidding. Any other questions from the committee? Let's go through here. Don't see any. So thank you very much again, Dan Bennett. We'll see you soon, I'm sure. So, okay. I apologize again for the confusion and the communication gap, but that's okay. We can reschedule the other two speakers at a later time, probably just Zoom rather than trying to schedule another day in this room. I figured it would be only fair so they could go through their whole routine. In the meantime, we've got a public hearing, our first one of the year, in about 8 minutes, according to this clock.
Yeah, depends on that.
So why don't everybody go on mute, take a break for a couple of minutes, stretch your legs, and I'll see you at just before 10:30. Thank you.
You're Matt.
Yes, that's right, sir.
So, Larry, please.
Yes, Vice Chair Larry.
I'll be Larry when all this is over. Like Matt and Matthew.
Anybody cranky about how cold it is besides me?
It's freezing.
Wow. I have -4 still at my house.
Okay, we all ready? You ready? Okay. And away we go for this session. We're opening up the public hearing on House Bill 159 FN, an act relative to organizations authorized to issue decals to promote the use of decal number plates. Representative Jordan Ellery is the prime sponsor. Let me see if I can get him on to introduce.
Good. Yeah, I'm on.
You got it?
Yep, I'm here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys, besides being cold? You ready to start, Mr. Chair?
All set.
For the record, my name is Jordan Ullery of Hillsborough 37. I'm introducing this bill on behalf of the Knights of Columbus. It passed last year unanimously. I sent you guys all an email with a picture of the emblem of the order, which would be the decal applied to the plates for the Knights of Columbus. The money for this raised from selling these decals to our members and members only, or our members' families, would go to the nephrology program at Dartmouth Hitchcock, which the Knights of Columbus have supported for decades now. Previously, we supported people on dialysis with their unpaid secondary expenses, you know, like things like antacids and some medicines that weren't covered for indigent people. And we're extending this to kidney transplants. So we need to raise a little bit more money, and this was one way we could do it. Any questions?
Representative.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Let me bring down here, scroll down. I see one. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ullery, just to cover our bases, one of the requirements of this bill is the tax status of an organization. Could you just remind me what the tax status is of the Knights of Columbus?
Knights of Columbus is a federally registered 501c8. The Masons
Thank
are
you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Representative.
Don't you wish they were all this short?
Oh, we got.
Yeah, just to get everybody up to speed, as the representative said, this did pass unanimously out of committee last year. It did go through the House. I believe it was on consent. It should have anyway. And unfortunately, it went to the Senate after crossover, and that's when COVID-19 struck. So if you remember, for those of you here, those that were new, what the Senate did in that circumstance is they just picked the bills they thought had the utmost importance, created the omnibus bills, and that's what we dealt with for the rest of the session. Unfortunately, this one didn't make it, and that's why it's been reintroduced. It's also why I picked it for the first one of the year. I figured it would be an easy one. So, any other questions for the committee before I close this one? Representative Teleski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This actually is just an inquiry for you, but also we'll come across it in the next hearing when we discuss the request from the Masons. They both state on the bill that on line 3 that there'll be number 16 of organizations added to the list. Obviously, if we approve both of these as written, they would contradict each other. Is that something that will automatically be taken care of, or would we need to amend one of them to change one of them to 17 on the list?
It's a good pickup. I would suspect that could be corrected, but I will double check before we exec it. And if we do need to get the amendment, I'll make sure there's one available.
Thank you.
Put the typo category to me. And they can usually fix things like that when the bills are enrolled.
Chair,
I will confirm. Yep, Representative Aaron?
do you have the blue sheet as to how many were for or against?
I do. You know what? We haven't closed ADA, which is good. That's the only person I had signed up to speak for the bill, which was the prime sponsor, Representative Ulrey. Before I read off the other people that have listed their position, is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak? Nobody's new? Okay. The only two other people that signed up, what we used to call the blue sheet, is Bob Dunn, Roman Catholic Bishop of Manchester, he's representing, and Eric Rathbun, just a member of the public. Both of them, actually, Bob Dunn supports the bill, and Eric Rathbun is opposed, but he did not sign up to speak. And that's all I have for this one. So on that, I'm going to close the public hearing on 159. And our next one is scheduled for 11 o'clock.
Wow. You never know.
Okay, I'll get in trouble later on.
Yes. You never know.
Move in as an attendee, I believe. That,
I don't see the speaker in there yet.
it is close. No, it's 11 o'clock, so I'll open it. It's excellent. Be back live? Okay, we'll open the public hearing on Bill 451 FN, an act allowing the New Hampshire Masons to issue decals for motor vehicle plates. And hold on a few minutes, we gotta, I don't see anybody who signed up to speak online yet. Bear with me. Another minute, and if they don't get online, then I'll have my share introduce the both of us.
Phone call for the speaker's office.
Yeah, would you go ahead, Representative Gagnon?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If y'all can hear me, this House Bill 451 FN, allowing New Hampshire Masons to issue decals for motor vehicle plates. This bill permits the Grand Lodge of Ancient, Free, and Accepted Masons in New Hampshire to issue decals for multi-use plates. You want me to?
You all set?
I'm all set.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take over now. This very similar to the last bill. Again, this passed last year, I believe unanimously on consent and off to the Senate. Once again, it didn't rise to the level of importance to make it to a Senate omnibus bill due to COVID-19. So it's been reintroduced. To Representative Polanski, I was looking at this after, well, during the break, and it's a good catch. I would still confirm it, but I would imagine that OLS would have to put the next line available on both of these bills, not knowing that one or the other may not make it. So I'm 99% certain that'll be taken care of in the roll bills, but I will double check. Take an observation. Any questions from the committee on 451? Yellen? Teleski? Representative Teleski?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Just double checking and clarifying, this was exactly the same situation as our previous bill, that it went through the House on the consent calendar also?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank
Well,
you. I just wanted,
Not sure of consent, but it did pass the House last year and made it to the Senate. I would
Thank
assume.
There we go.
Don't remember any opposition.
The speaker is here, Mr. Chair.
Maybe we didn't know if you were going to make it, so I had our vice chair introduce the bill for you. Okay. Now you're here if you'd like to speak to it.
Want to sit here? I can move.
I'll just go. You're not near a mic, it may not be.
Oh, you're right. Boy, this is getting complicated.
Yes, it is.
Interesting times. Mr. Speaker.
I'm not sure that's what I'd call them, Larry, but
Representative?
honestly, I don't even, what's the name for the TM bill?
51.
250, okay, thank you. Well, as I'm sure you explained, this is a bill we put in last year, just allows for the decals for Masonic to be on the plate. It passed last year, I think unanimously, if I remember correctly. And then it got hung up over in the Senate with the, when we went into COVID lockdown. So I would just ask that this committee, once again, unanimously approves it, sends it on its way, so that all the Masons in New Hampshire, if they choose, can have the Masonic emblem on the plate.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Packard? Sykes up?
Yeah.
Representative Sykes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be for Speaker Packard. I asked the previous bill's prime sponsor what their tax exempt status was, just to make sure we covered that base, and I would ask the same question of you.
It's a 501c10.
I'm sorry?
It's a 501c10.
Thank you, sir.
It's the one of the ones that we added for fraternal organizations. I'm not sure if it was last session or the session before.
That's good. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay, would anybody else that's not listed here, that's the, actually 451. Testifying, no. Would anybody else from the public like to speak? That's everybody I have on the list. Good luck getting that second. Tularsky. Representative Tularsky.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that Representative Cleaver is stuck as an attendee and needs to be promoted to a panelist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that something you can do, Representative Hatter? Thank you. All right. Thank you, Speaker Packard. I see no other questions and no other people to speak. In terms of the blue sheet, Representative Ulrey supports. Representative Weiler supports. Curtis Berry supports. And a member of the public, Eric Rathman, who also opposed the last bill, opposes this one as well. And that is it. Close the public hearing on House Bill 451. The next hearing is at 11:30. That will be House Bill 361.
You're good.
Okay, we are live.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looking up the public hearing on House Bill 361, the act to Gold Star family details for motor vehicles. Representative Graham, he's the prime sponsor. Yeah, if we can get him keyed up.
Good.
You have me, Representative Graham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative John Graham. I represent Hillsborough District 7, which is the town of Bedford. I bring this bill forward in order to give some honor to those family members who have lost a service member in defense of our nation. What it would do is waive the $10 fee for the Gold Star decal that is placed on plates. The overall economic impact of this is minuscule. Since the law was passed, we've sold, I think it is 9 sets of decals at $10 each. And the department will testify after me, talking about the fact that they feel that they can absorb this relatively minor expense. And I think that it is the right way to go, that we honor these families who have suffered. And I would ask that you ought to pass on House Bill. What's the number? What's the number of this one? 361. Thank you. And I'm glad to see one committee's on time today anyways.
All right, thanks. Any questions for Representative Graham from the committee? Representative Gagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Graham, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you. Listen, it says in line 2, paragraph 3 or section 3, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, et cetera, issue decals to veterans who qualify under this chapter and shall collect a fee of $10 for the set of decals. But you stated that they would waive that $10 fee. Where do I read that in this bill?
Let me pull it up. I don't have it in front of me. One of the disadvantages of Zoom and not getting copies of bills. Give me 1 second here. Where we are talking, difference is that there are decals for various affiliations with, for example, the Army or the Marine Corps. What it is, if you look in the bold part in section Roman 3, the Division of Veteran Services shall provide Gold Star family decals to those who qualify under the RSA free of charge. That is the change to the existing law.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Graham, do you happen to know how long Gold Star family decals have been allowed?
It's been a couple of years. I think the department will be able to testify that. I do know that they bought a roll of decals in 2019 and still have most of them left.
Gotcha. Thank you.
She's up again. Thanks. Anybody up? You can't see it.
Yeah.
Is it?
Representative Tulowitzki.
Tulowitzki, Representative Tulowitzki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Graham, am I missing where it specifies who actually qualifies? Is it a parent? Is it a widow? Is it a sibling?
It is specified in the RSA, and I'm not memorizing that RSA, nor do I have it in front of me, but if you look under the RSA, it specifies who Gold Star families are.
Thank you very much.
Is it my turn now?
Bill.
Representative Graham, thank you for taking my question. Would you have any idea, or is this a better question for the people coming after you? Do we have ideas of total numbers of Gold Star applicants that could result from this?
I do not. They may, but not all Gold Star family members want to place those decals on their license plate, only because of the grief that they still feel. So there's no way that I can answer that, nor do I think the department will. They may have a total number, but if we go back far enough, it's a larger number. But it's still, in my opinion, worth the state, in essence, subsidizing these decals for those family members who do wish to acknowledge their own loss.
Thank you for your response, and thank you for putting forth this legislation.
Any other questions for Representative Graham?
Thanks.
Good.
Representative Sykes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes, if you indulge me, Mr. Chairman Walsh, in answer to Representative Tulerski's question about the eligibility, I have that in front of me. It's a rather long list, but it says family members would include spouse, grandfather, grandmother, father, stepfather, adoptive mother, adoptive father, son, daughter, stepson, stepdaughter, adoptive son, adoptive daughter, brother, sister, half brother, half sister, stepbrother, and stepsister. This list was revised back in 2020, previous work that we had done, and it's under 261-C:3-a, if that's helpful.
I was in the process of looking it up myself. Thank you, Representative Sykes. In terms of answering the question, probably a couple of the next speakers probably a lot better at that than I at this point. So, no other questions from Representative. Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do hope that the committee finds its way to move this off to pass.
Thank you. Next up, Kevin Grady, Public Representing State Veterans Advisory Committee.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it took me just a second to get myself unmuted there on the Zoom call. Thank you very much for allowing me to have some testimony today. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a resident of Hooksett, where I've lived for the last 22 years. Prior to that, I spent 25 years on active duty in our Air Force, traveling around the world. Today, I'm here representing the 19 member organizations of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. And these hopefully are our representatives, our veteran service organizations were chartered by State RSA 115-A:8 to speak for the veteran community. And those groups are names that would be familiar to you for our new members, things like the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Air Force Association, which I represent, the National Guard Association of the United States. Those kinds of groups are represented here. And one of the things we do is we look at all the bills that are coming out, and we take a position in favor of or against them, and then they send me normally to see you folks in person, and I look forward to being able to do that at some point, but at least to testify and let you know how we're thinking on this. To just clarify, the actual, a very, very brief history lesson. We understand as veterans how difficult the system is with respect to license plates. I know Massachusetts has a group of license plates, and every time somebody sees a Massachusetts license plate that appeals to their particular demographic, they're coming in front of your committee looking to try and get a plate that says this. And we know how expensive that those are. So about 5 or 6 years ago, we came up with this idea of a kind of a standard plate that you could put a decal on. And we have taken as our position in the State Veterans Advisory Committee, for if you want a decal that says, when I was in the Air Force, I got an Air Force Commendation Medal, you can have that, but it's going to be a sticker. Okay, it's not going to be a full-fledged license plate. The bill 2 years ago that established this was HB 549, and it's in RSA 261C for those of you that might want to go and look up the eligibility and all that. It was out of the 2019 session. We, as a State Veterans Advisory Committee, met on this in January, earlier this month, and we unanimously support this bill. We understand that when one of us serves as a military person, the whole family serves, and the more visibility that we get of the sacrifices that are made, not just by our service members, but by their families who are left back home, even for the ones that return, the more we like that. So we unanimously support this. And with that, I have any questions. I will leave you with the idea that if you are thinking of introducing a bill that has veteran impact, we invite you to come and use us as a resource, and you can come speak at our monthly meetings and tell us about why it is that you want to introduce what you're introducing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the floor back to you, subject to any questions anybody has.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Grady? See any? I see none. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next up, speaking in support of the bill, Warren Perry, staff from the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services. Mr. Perry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Warren Perry. I am the Deputy Adjutant General for New Hampshire's Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services. Our Division of Veterans Services manages the decal program for veterans plates and veterans decals. We are very much in favor of this bill. It is not cost prohibitive at all. The stickers cost about $2 a piece, and we're able to absorb that cost with the sale of the other decals that Representative Graham mentioned, based on service and for medals of valor. Right now, I will tell you that we have sold, to confirm what Representative Graham said, we have sold since 2019 9 sets of decals, most recently to Captain Fanouf's family. Some of you may remember that Captain Fanouf tragically died in an airplane crash in Afghanistan about a year ago. So what this program does is it just allows us to give the decals instead of charging this menial $10 fee to families who have lost a loved one in the defense of our nation. So, subject to any questions you might have, I will yield to questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Perry? Take a scan here.
Seeing none.
I see none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
That's all the people I have signed up to speak. I'll put it out to the public in case there's any late people joining, but is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this bill? You need to sign up now. Seeing none. Okay. I take no issue with this. It looked a little confusing at first. I recommend if you all get in and, as Representative Sykes suggested, when you have a chance, look up to 61-C:3-A. It does spell things out. All they're doing is waiving their own fees. If I'm not mistaken, they're still going to have to participate in this. not pay the additional fee of the Department of Motor Vehicles to get the actual plate that has the real estate for the decal on it. In terms of the blue sheet, there was only one other person that signed up for this bill. You've heard his name for the last couple, Eric Rathburn, member of the public, and he is in support of this particular bill. So that being said, unless anybody else has anything on this, let me give you before I close it completely, I think George could probably attest to this. We do the best. Well, I'm going to do the best I can to schedule appropriate times for these hearings. It seems like you can never win on them. Originally, I'd looked at maybe doing some executive sessions. That's why I didn't shorten up the first couple of bills. I figured those would be short. And I've also left a little bit of time this afternoon, originally thinking we could exec. The reason being that the House Clerk, everybody else involved would really like to see us merge all the plate bills that we're in support of by amendment. So just get one plate bill coming out of here. It's going to simplify everybody, simplify, and save a lot of time. Having my own questions on a couple of these, and I did not want to waste OLS's time with a couple of versions until we had these hearings today. That's why there's a little bit of extra time built in here. We'll do a little bit better next week. You'll see next week at the last hearings at 2:15, and we'll be definitely doing an exec session next week. So that being said, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 361. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have a comfortable lunch break. And our next one is House Bill 222 at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are you available?
But when it came to state reps, they had voted for all the Democratic state reps, but they also voted for one Republican, right? And so what happened was that ballot was thrown.
You're good now.
Yeah, who am I listening to?
Representative. What did this voter, what was in this voter's mind? Because clearly this voter was a Democrat and wanted that.
I don't know what that feedback is. Didn't sound like.
It does sound like Representative Hill is trying to speak, but there sounds like there is some background noise.
Mr. Chairman, are you there? This is Representative Hill.
No.
I wondered, did I understand you correctly that we will not be executing any bills today?
That's correct. It was my original plan, but again, I didn't want to waste OLS's time with multiple versions of amendments.
Terrific. Thank you very much. That makes a great deal of sense.
Are we off for lunch? Looks like lunch it is. All right, now let's. Give us the date. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Somebody raise a hand if you can. Okay, I guess we're good. We'll call the public hearing open on House Bill 222 FN, authorizing the Hampton municipalities to issue decals for motor vehicle plates to municipal officers. And we're going to find Representative Belanger. See if we can find Representative Belanger. Give us a minute. Give him another minute or two. We are right on time. If he doesn't appear, I'll get a volunteer to introduce the bill for him. I can do it, yeah, as a courtesy. Actually, do we see anybody on the list? Terry Roy, Representative Roy, he's not testifying, okay. So he's the only one to testify. Boy, I misjudged this. I figured we'd have a bunch on this one. Yep, not gonna wait any longer.
He's on his way.
What's that?
He's on his way in the meeting.
Okay, he's on his way.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Hill?
Yes, a couple of people have testified that they have sent things in via email. Is there is that something that everyone else has received? Because I have not. And I was wondering if there's something I need to check up on to see that email that sent to the entire committee, where that would show up.
Have you received anything from transportation or transportation related?
Just from the secretary. Not from testimony from anyone.
One of the things I wanted to do before we close today, find out anybody, well, I guess we can do that while we wait for Representative Belanger. I'll give him a minute. Is anybody else not? I sent out 2 or 3 emails myself using the link through the general court. You can raise your hand if you have not been getting any of the emails. Representative O'Hara?
Not Zoom related, but like documents.
Email. I sent out a few emails just keeping the committee apprised, and now I'm finding out some aren't getting it. And I've been using the link through the general court, so I want to talk to the clerk and maybe get that fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll give it a second though.
Yeah.
Has everybody else been getting the emails?
Yeah, I think
I have not.
I just sent out.
Representative Rich, no? I'll make sure everybody receives that prior to us accepting these bills. A couple, but I don't know if it was complete myself. So,
that I received was through my legislative email. I put it into my clerk stuff here, so, but I think that's what it said.
Another issue possibly could be whether or not it's on the legislative email or if you're using personals. Anyway, I recognize we've got an issue. Let me get to the bottom of it. We're not going to exec anything today anyway, so I'll make sure you get the information before that happens next week.
Okay.
But, that being said, let's get to Representative Belanger. And you said he's there.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, now, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. I appreciate you taking my time, and I apologize. I did receive an email through my legislative email that says it got postponed till next week, so I apologize for the confusion. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on this bill. Today, I come before you sort of through Zoom in regards to my House bill relative to municipally elected decal plates. So everybody loves their plates here in New Hampshire. Unfortunately, we don't have plates like other states, but one of the many benefits that we do have are the decal plates, which I think are an excellent addition to our state. It brings in additional revenue, and it brings in, well, that's it. I mean, it just brings in additional revenue. So HB 222 is specific to municipally elected leaders in our communities. It gives them a decal. No, I have not spoken with the Department of Transportation on this matter yet, and I do apologize. I was planning on doing that today once I realized that the committee had, what it looked like the committee had postponed, but did not. So it just gives our municipal budget committees, selectmen, school boards, an opportunity, school board members, excuse me, an opportunity to have a decal plate and a vanity plate. And for that, I will take any questions.
Actually, I've got a couple on this one. Maybe it'll be a good time. Let some of the new members know where this came to be. So 2 terms back, I believe, the committee worked on it for a couple of years before we finally got it passed by the House and the Senate. Because for years, maybe even decades, you're right, people around the state wanted some personalization on their license plates. Every time we got a bill to propose a specific license plate, we had to say no because of the sheer numbers, thousands and thousands of dollars. So this was a solution. And for the most part, if you look into your RSA, which is 261B3, you'll see that the whole intent of this at the beginning was to give legitimate nonprofit organizations the ability to get this decal plate, if you will, through the DMV for a small fee. It has the real estate for an approved sticker or decal provided by that organization. The only exception that I can find in statute to that is the fire department, which, if you look, and I am leading up to my question, sir, except for decals issued by the city of town, fire chiefs to firefighters and retired firefighters, decals shall be distributed by organizations authorized by statute. So in other words, what I'm saying is that the only exception to this chapter is the firefighters, and they specifically have a method of getting the stickers or the decals, which is from the fire chief to the firefighters, and it is their universal symbol, which never goes away. So my first question on this is, I just see something missing here. Who is, if this were to be passed the way it is, who in the municipality is going to be authorized to provide these decals, and to what officers?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. I appreciate it. That's a really good question. So For myself, when I was a former UNH student, I had obtained a decal, and I obtained that decal by the town clerk's office. I filed some paperwork. The town clerk would then send the information, and UNH would then send that decal to me at a later date, and then I would also receive the vanity plate as well. So while you bring up a valid question, I assume that it would be the town clerk that would provide that decal plate, just as that town clerk also provides that that vanity plate. That's exactly what this is. This is a vanity plate. I believe I answered your question.
It does. I'm actually surprised that town clerk dealing with UNH. Obviously, the clerk deals with the plate. Okay, so I'll leave that one alone at this point. My next question would be officers. Which officers of the municipalities? What's considered an officer? To give you an example, I mean, I can assume that the elected chair of a select board, for example, is an officer. But in my town, vice chair planning, but that's an appointed position. Would that be considered an officer? No, what do you think?
So this is supposed to be for municipally elected officials.
Elected officials.
So it applies to all municipally elected officials. The question of officers over officials would be a question that I would need to ask OLS, and I'd be happy to make that amendment if it's necessary. But it is meant to be for municipally elected officials. And that applies to all members of the budget committee, all members of the board of selectmen, all members of the school board, planning board, provide upon showing of proof of office. So you obviously receive, you do take an oath upon taking office. I did when I became a selectman, as we all did when we all became state representatives. That is your proof, your oath of office. You provide that proof, you obtain that decal for your plate. And it's a generic municipally elected decal. Not, there's not one for budget committee, there's not one for selectmen, there's not one for school board. It's just one generic for municipally elected official.
Okay, that was another question, so you saved me there. Finally, my last question would be on it. What would happen once an officer is no longer an officer? What happens to that decal? Will that ability to have that decal on the plate?
No.
Questions is because we can assume a lot of things, but unless it's written down specifically, I'm not sure any clerks, the way this is written, know what to do.
No, I mean, that's a valid point, Representative, and thank you. I appreciate it. That, again, an amendment that I'd be happy to make. Absolutely.
Fair enough. I'm just asking questions. This the decal plate bill is not always that simple, especially when it's got to change form. One, the organizations is relatively simple, but this does change in a pretty good sized way the intent of the program to begin with. So done with me. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, I see several. Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Belanger, for your bill here. Question I have, if I'm reading this correctly, are the decals at no charge?
No, Representative Gorski, that is not the intent. It is supposed to be paid for of a set amount, I believe by DOT. I would have to get back to you on that, and I do apologize. But for your typical decal plate, say for the ones from UNH, I paid $15 or $25, and that went to the UNH Foundation, however that would be. So the reason why this has a fiscal note is, my understanding is because it will cost, but it actually brings in more revenue. So No, it is not going to be free of charge. You do have, you do pay for the vanity plate, and then you would also pay for the decal as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Tularski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So first, I would ask you to specify where would the profits of this program go? That's not actually specified here.
So my intent is for the funds to go into the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Follow up?
Follow up?
The other problem I see, though, is that this is listed in the specific section, RSA 261-B:9, which lists the nonprofit organizations that are approved for this program. I don't actually think if this was an approved use of the decal program, it should go here in this section of nonprofits. Could you suggest where else it could go? Or have you looked at this section any closer for where it could go?
Yes, Representative, thank you. I appreciate your question. So when OLS had given me the decal plate, the decal plate bill, I did research the bill previously. I thought it was sufficient. But again, being a new representative, I'm not trying to say that that's my excuse, but sometimes, you know, you get lost in the legal mumbo jumbo. So I do apologize, but, you know, again, I understand that in 261-B:3 authorized organizations, it seems vague. It doesn't seem specific. I guess you could create a different section. Say there's 261-B:3-C. You could do -D, if you will.
That answers my question. I just wanted to point out that it's not technically a nonprofit. So I believe that if we keep it as is, it is in the wrong section, but that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Normally, we have elections for these officials in March around town meeting day. And if the elected official is either not reelected or doesn't choose to run again, what happens with the decal? Are they required to take them off or return them, or what do you want to do with that?
So as I stated to the first gentleman's question, Representative Aaron, thank you. Once the officer has no longer continued that office, they would be required to no longer be allowed to hold that decal, as they no longer are an elected official. And again, an amendment that would need to be made.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Representative Aaron, I think, stole some of my thunder there. So it is not your expectation that these are lifetime stickers, that
no,
that if you had been a selectman ever, you could maintain that status on your license plate.
No, this would be strictly for those who are elected to office. Once you have been removed from office, whether it be you resign, you've been removed via vote, or you choose not to run, you would no longer be allowed to hold that plate. You could hold the vanity plate if you wanted to, but you would not be able to have the decal itself.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair. My follow up would be, have you considered how it would work with groups like cooperative school districts? In what would it be issued by a particular town, or could it come from any town for any of the people that participate on any of the school boards or the budget committees of the school boards as well?
That's an excellent question. So my thought process behind the bill is to allow, my town clerk in Epping, she has a stack of municipally elected decals that she can distribute. The representative of that board who chooses they choose to elect to purchase that decal and have that vanity plate, obviously understand some of the amendments that I will intend to make. And I do appreciate everybody bringing that up. But if Epping, say, cooperated with Fremont and Raymond, they would also have said stack of decals. And upon showing proof that they are part of that cooperative school district school committee or budget committee, they would also, it would just be, you'd be just like your regular plates where they're sitting in the town clerk's office.
Last follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hill.
Thank you. It would, you've mentioned a couple of times elected officials. I'm assuming it would also transfer to anyone that was appointed?
In essence, yes, sir, it would, Representative. If say the Board of Selectmen had an opening and they appointed somebody by non-vote or even just planning board, for example, because that probably happens more often than not. They are appointed, they are sworn in. Yeah, they are a municipal official.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Representative Hill.
Representative Sykes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having a little bit of, in principle, I think this is a really fine idea in order to, to make this for a small way that people are giving of their time and energy in municipal offices could have a little bit of something for themselves. My anxiety, though, comes from the whole, how do the stickers get purchased? Who pays for that initially? How is the money being handled? Most of the nonprofit organizations have taken this completely out of the hands, the financial piece completely out of the hands of DMV or the state. And I don't know how this would all work. And so it gives me a lot of anxiety. And I'm not sure if there is a mechanism under current law for the state to take in money from the sale of these stickers, and then once those stickers are paid for, anything remaining would go back to the general fund. I understand what you intend to do, but I don't see how that happens in law or in rules. So I bring that to your attention. I don't have a fix yet. Maybe you'll be able to find one for us between now and whenever we exec this bill.
That would be my hope, Representative Sykes. Thank you. I will definitely be reaching out Monday morning to DOT.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Question?
Well, I guess so. Normally, the only other times we've had a semi-quasi state agency involved, it happened to be the Veterans Affairs folks, and that was created by legislation as part of the whole decal plate program. So I'm not sure that DOT would have an answer for you. If you were going to answer, wouldn't you go to DMV to ask them?
Yeah, I guess DMV would be also somebody that I should reach out to as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to help you along, not trying to give you a hard time. Like I said,
no, I get it.
I think it's an actual not a bad idea, but there's some technical details that we have to work on.
No, I get that, Representative. Thank you.
I think it's just misquoting DOT versus DMV. I see Representative Pulaski.
Thank you. This is a question of the chair. Perhaps you or one of the other members who've been around longer than me could answer. Do you remember the history of putting the section B3A, the firefighter decals in there, because that seems similar in terms of a municipal local program for decals. But I'm not sure how that ended up here.
Well, I vaguely remember it. I was here for it. The difference, and that's why I brought the similarities up to this bill this morning. Even because it's municipal, and it is an exception to the whole chapter, even within it, it spells out who issues the decals, what the decals look like. It happened to be for full-time and retired, so there was no issue of when they could be taken or should be taken away. I don't know if that answers your question, but that was my point. Although, and again, too, I'm not opposed to this necessarily either. I think it's a neat idea. The way it's written, and it just raises a lot of questions. I don't know if that helped you, Representative.
It does, thank you. I just wanted a little more clarity on how that one exception got in there, as I've always understood the program to be a nonprofit program. Thank you.
George. Representative Sykes?
Yes, this would also might be a question for the chair, but my recollection of the firefighter decal piece was that it was a very specific for them, separate and distinct from authorized organizations, and as the sponsor suggests, he might want to put it in a different place within the RSAs. But I also recall that there was no fiscal involvement of the state in that program or in any town or city, that the fire departments would find the money to run their own stickers, wouldn't necessarily be anything that the state did. Is that not correct?
You're correct. The only thing that to do with the state would actually get the plate itself. In terms of
right. Thank you.
Which was why I was also surprised when the UNH was having the town clerks issue those. I thought that surprising as well. Any other questions? Let me scroll through here. Seeing none, we go through the list here. That's the only person I have signed up to testify. I'll ask members of the public if they want to chime in quickly, either via telephone or online, if you care to contribute or speak to this bill. Give it a moment.
You got it. Yeah.
That's to speak to this?
Yeah.
To the representative?
Yeah.
See, I didn't want to say 10D.
He's on it, so. There.
You can reach him, we'll see.
Jack, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. As outlined by a number of folks already, we too found a handful of technical defects that we thought were a bit concerning. First and foremost, being the intent, other than firefighters, being Section 501 tax exempt was our first. We also, in Section 261B3 in the beginning, this is also the intent shall not be named for, associated with political issue, or a person who seeks, holds, or has held a public office. That was a bit concerning as well. And then we also, with lack of definition for what a municipal officer is, and there being a lack of display here to show proof of office and how one would do that. But it also brings up another point. In the event that somebody no longer holds a public office, who is responsible to take that plate of that decal back? If there's an enforcement issue with somebody refusing to give up that plate, who does that responsibility fall to? And those were the handful of technical defects, again, that we'd heard. But I did want to add to the end, what happens when somebody refuses to give up that decal and they're no longer associated with the municipality. And with that, I'll be willing to take any questions you may have.
Well, thank you. I have one question. We got your name. I tried to stop you to get who you might represent, but might have been a delay in the Zoom. Who do you represent?
My name is Jeff Oberdank, and I represent the Division of Motor Vehicles, specifically the Registration Bureau.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? We actually asked the same question several times, so same questions. Seeing none, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that signed up for this? Representative O'Hara? Let's see. Okay. Well, I haven't seen anybody else chime in on that last call. So Representative, thank you very much. Again, I'm not trying to beat anybody up, just looking at the bill and the questions it raises, so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That being said, nobody else? No, I didn't blow that one out too bad.
No, that was good.
So, with no other speakers, I'll close the House bill on, close the hearing on House Bill 222. Our next one is in 25 minutes. Thank you.
We got an hour. Representative here, can you send me the link for this?
Okey dokey.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody.
Am I a speaker?
Quick.
Yeah.
Is there an echo in there?
Yeah, it's me, I think. I'm leaving. Bye.
Taking care of that.
Okay. Sorry about that. A little feedback. Public hearing on House Bill 423, an act establishing a commission to study the implementation of enhanced automation of traffic lights. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the esteemed Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Peter Terosian. I represent Rockingham County District 14, the towns of Atkinson and Plastow. I'm here to present to you House Bill 423, which establishes a commission to study the implementation of enhanced automation of traffic lights. I'll give you a little bit of background on this bill, what the intent is. I brought this bill forth in the last term, last year, as a matter of fact. And the reason I made it a commission, and the reason it's back as a commission, is because there's a lot to do getting this going. It's going to ultimately take some money to go to smart light technology. And I felt it was a good idea to start with a commission to get it off the ground. And this bill passed both the House and Senate last year and got bogged down with some omnibus bills and the fact that a bunch of bills just didn't get through the process completely after the COVID struck. So I'm back at it again. I think it's a good idea in the state. I don't know, I bet most of you at one point or another have sat at a traffic light in the state while you're waiting for the light to turn and there's nobody coming on the side roads. So, it's an inefficient system we have right now. Having said that, we're better than many states. We have kind of a phase one of smart light technology in that we have sensors on many of our intersections that, at least if you're on a side road, when you pull up to the sensor, the light will eventually turn. How most of this works, though, is it's used. They use historical data of what the traffic is in that area. So there's times you'll sit there for a while there's nobody coming. So what smart light technology does is it uses technology to get rid of some of that delay. For example, if you have, in combination with the sensor and the jab on the road and then an eye up above, it will see when traffic's coming. So I know personally, several times I've sat on a side road, watched the lights red, nobody's coming the other way. By the time the sensor activates and it turns it green for me, now there's traffic on the main road that has to wait. So with an eye, that would be kind of phase one of enhancing our lights. It would allow individual lights to be more efficient and allow traffic to flow in a more efficient way. Phase two would be then having the lights talk to each other. And when that happens, then you can have efficiencies much greater for us. Now, obviously, what I'm talking about here is only the traffic lights that are owned by the state of New Hampshire. So most towns, well, most small towns are probably state lights, but in cities, they're city lights, so it won't affect those. But in places that have used this technology and gotten up to speed, the state of Rhode Island uses it in places, as many cities that use it. You can see travel times increase by as much as 25%. Delays waiting at intersections can drop as much as 40%. 30 to 40% less stops at traffic lights, which is cost saving for drivers and with reduced wear on tires and brakes and so forth. And for people that maybe don't care about sitting there, the other advantage is up to a 20% reduction in the vehicle emissions. So it seems like a win-win situation in my mind. And so I hope you consider supporting this bill and passing it out of committee, OTP. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say about it, other than I did send earlier today to the chairman to disseminate a link for a company that I've talked to that would be glad to supply any information the committee would like. There's other companies out there, a company called Rapid Flow that has implemented this technology in many places. And so with that, I'll open it up if any committee members have a question.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Oh, Representative O'Hara?
Just one quick question. When you say that I and this, is that like a camera that's only is accessible by anyone else, or is it just to set up the machines?
No, it's simply a sensor to you could almost even call it a motion sensor to determine traffic's coming. Right now, you have the sensor on the road that when the vehicle pulls up to the sensor, it knows you're there. It eventually changes. It doesn't know whether there's traffic coming the other way or not. So, yeah.
Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Terosian, on line 17 of your bill talks about the commission shall study the implementation of enhanced automation of traffic lights. And I just wondered if you had a little more detail about what enhanced automation meant.
Okay, let me just get this there. So under part line 17, the commission shall study the
I lost him.
Can you repeat the question, Representative Sykes?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Representative Terosian's. So on line 17, it's the only line that talks about the charge of the commission. And it says it shall study the implementation of enhanced automation of traffic lights. And I wondered if Representative Terosian had more detail about what is meant by enhanced automation.
Okay. Well, it's basically what I was referring to as smart light.
It's gone again.
Study the what I just said, the efficiencies that could be gained in the state, but also then how to implement.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, he was still speaking. Maybe you can't hear him.
No, I can't. No.
Pull that microphone a little closer,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Representative, can you hear me any better now?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have the mic close enough. I apologize. So what I was saying was, on the line 17, the commission shall study the implementation of enhanced automation of traffic lights. And what that means is that there'll be several pieces to get this implemented. First of all, you want to study and see where it would be most effective. And then, in my opinion, you'd want to phase in local lights where perhaps busier intersections where you have potential of getting more, efficiency, some of the less ones, and ultimately go to the enhanced lights who communicate with each other. It actually uses intelligence, some of the smarter systems, to gain the efficiencies we're looking for. So basically, the commission, in a nutshell, would be empowered to try to get off the ground and come up with the best way to implement it in the state. Ultimately, we may have to go back and have a bill to enact that, but it's kind of phase one of trying to get the thing off the ground.
Thank you. Could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Boy, sorry, but I presume you gave me permission, so I'll continue.
Sorry. George, Representative Sykes, I'm as close to this microphone as I dare get. Am I coming in any better now?
Yeah, that's better. I presume you gave me permission.
Yes, you did. I did.
You did.
Thank you. Representative Terosian, so as I understand what the bill presents, it's more about the implementation of existing systems that might apply to traffic signals. And my question is, had you given any thought about also studying what other systems may be coming down the road as well? So as an example, it's one thing to talk about existing systems that we have now, but in the not too near future, traffic lights, traffic signals will be able to talk to automated vehicles. I'm not talking about cars that drive themselves, but rather that cars have systems that allow them to talk to the signals, as well as the signals to talk back to the cars. And I know DOT is doing a lot of work on that, but I wonder if that should be included in the scope of your bill.
Yeah, I would agree with that, certainly. That is. Again, can you hear me, Representative Sykes?
Yeah, go ahead. It's very poor, but I think I've got you.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, ultimately, sure, the idea is to get this off the ground. You know, you got to crawl before you walk, so to speak. So you'd want to start in local intersections, if you will, getting to have them all communicate with other lights. So you have a fleet. I think that line 15 and I'm sensing you may not be able to hear me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm the only one who can't. It's a bit of a problem. I'll take it from you that maybe you wouldn't be opposed to an amendment that included additional language to look at technology, not just an implementation policy.
I would agree with that. I would certainly agree with that. And ultimately, that is part of what we're trying to do here is
okay.
Can't hear me.
Got it.
Is this any better? Representative?
Again, I don't think it's just me, but it is better right this second.
Well, I've got it right. I don't know if you probably can't see me, but I've got it right here, about
Anyway.
4 inches from my mouth. So anyway, I hope I answered that question.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, I think you did.
these people are having a hard time hearing this mic as well, and it's close to, yes. If I understand Representative Sykes, and I kind of agree with him, rather than making the charge too big, maybe more detail, it's a simple amendment would be helpful.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Any other questions from the committee?
Yep.
Representative Pataro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Terosian. Line 28, to me, this sort of thing seems complex and has a lot of inherent variables. Like you listed off 4 or 5 variables already about which lights do, which lights don't, the technology itself, et cetera. And in this bill, it says to sunset on November 1st, 2021. Do you think that is enough time? Should the committee be formed to review all this?
It's not a lot of time. The chair may explain to you further why those dates are the way they are.
Yeah. Typically for these, they've got a report for the next session. And so that's why you see section 1 take effect, and then it sunsets itself. If they didn't get all their work done, then the best way would be to do another study commission and start over. In other words, a commission's not going to go on for years and years and years. Seeing as how we're only here for 2.
So basically, they have to report something by that time.
Correct.
I see. Okay.
And if it's insufficient, then the next step would be to reintroduce for another commission.
I see. Okay. And they pick up.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if enough work is completed it may lead to introduction of a further legislation next year. Unlikely to be that quick, but to get the ball rolling another step closer to getting lights installed. Because the commission's not going to have the authority to do that per se. But it's the getting it off the ground, getting the discussion going.
I see. Okay.
The end goal of a committee, a study committee or a commission is to have enough recommendations that there is something that they can actually file a bill with. So that's the goal. I see Representative Sykes with his hand back up.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I just would ask the question. I know the Senate is not typically, I don't know how I quite want to say this. They often have trouble accepting bills for commissions. And on line 8, there's 3 members of the Senate. I have never seen 3 members of the Senate appointed to a commission. We're usually lucky to get 1. I wonder if you feel that this might be a problem.
Well, I'll take that one if you don't mind. You are absolutely right, Representative Sykes. Even if we send them a study committee or a commission with 2, they usually, if they even like the context, they'll amend it and make it 1, and then that one won't show up either. So leave it up to the sponsor, and if he would like to make a possible change to that, but point taken.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would be fine with that. I was trying to keep it balanced, trying to keep, make it so that there'd be more interest in supporting it as opposed to less. And sometimes you get into turf wars where, gee, you guys have 3 members, we only have 1. But point well taken. I'm certainly agreeable to amend that.
Check here. Any other hands up? I see none. Representative O'Hara. Okay. Thank you, Representative Erosion. Okay, next up. Testify. Mr. Lambert from the Department of Transportation.
Good morning or good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
I hear you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting me to speak, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Lambert. I'm the state traffic engineer for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. And I guess I'd start by asking if you were able to get the written testimony that I submitted. I submitted a letter kind of providing some background into traffic signal development. I'm seeing a couple head nods. So I won't read that. I'll just kind of summarize for the purpose of this hearing. So the Department of Transportation supports any effort to improve mobility on state highways, on all highways. So we'd certainly look forward to working with the commission on that in that regard. But I did want you to be aware of kind of the history of traffic signals in the state. First traffic signal, I think the first traffic signal in the state was installed in 1949. I want to say that was in Manchester. I don't know precisely where that was, but the first state traffic signals started popping up in the 1950s, more in the 60s, mostly in kind of the rural state highway to state highway intersection. At the time, traffic signals and signalization was more common in the urban areas, Manchester, Nashua, Salem, places like that, and less common on the state highways. But over the years, as some of the commercial corridors started expanding and you'd start to string several traffic signals together, the coordinated system started to come in probably in the 1980s, where particularly places like 101A in Nashua, Amherst, Milford, where you would have several traffic signals kind of consecutively within a half mile of each other. So you would start stringing those together with interconnected cables, and you would have timing plans that would time a progression so that once you're in the progression or on the corridor, you would theoretically be able to catch green light after green light going through the cycle. That works best when there's full traffic. It doesn't work so well when there's not a lot of traffic, because then you get the situation that Representative Terosian spoke about, where somebody might be sitting at a side road looking at no traffic coming along, not wondering why they have to wait so long. What they're really doing is waiting for that progression to start at one end and continue all the way through. Traffic signals, as Representative Trojan said, that there's sensors in traffic signals. All of the state traffic signals, so 450 traffic signals or so, do have what we call actuation, or they're fully actuated, which means that every movement is detected. So every lane, every turning lane would be detected either by inductive loops in the pavement or by cameras more recently that are above the intersection, that would be either a camera for each direction or one camera that would look at all approaches. So those detection devices will tell the controller that somebody's waiting for a phase. And typically a traffic signal will rest green on the main direction. So the main highway would be green if there's no traffic on the road. But if somebody's turning left off that road or they're crossing the road, they would be detected, and then the controller would call that phase, and the phase sequence goes in a similar cycle. So that's pretty much all of our signals. But one thing to note that, especially with the inductive loops that are in the pavement, if we have a failed inductive loop that happens this time of year, we're probably not going to fix that till sometime in the summer, just because we can't be cutting into pavement and doing that kind of work in the wintertime. We would probably do a lot of those over the winter. And in those cases, traffic signals would be set on what we call recall. So they would tend to run the same cycle every time whether traffic was coming or not. So that's kind of the default case if there's faulty detection that we can't restore. And one of the advantages is of cameras, other than that they're more expensive, is that we can fix detection when it fails, because we can do that kind of work in the wintertime. So I did want to mention that in 2009, we solicited a federal highway to come in and do a traffic signal assessment or audit of our process and our resources. They gave us a plan in 2009 that identified some of the, I guess, lower hanging fruit, that opportunities for improvement. They did mention that in the 10-year plan, there's not an active traffic signal operations and maintenance item. So we don't have a program capital project for something like that. And I've said over the years that with 450 traffic signals, and we typically will estimate that a signal is good for 25 to 30 years, that if you do the number, we should be updating or replacing 8 to 10 traffic signals a year, and we don't come anywhere near that. So that was one thing that they noticed. They noticed that we had a good foundation, a commitment, dedication of staff, but staffing was inadequate. We've got the same number of technicians maintaining 450 signals now that we had in the 70s and 80s, maintaining less than half of that. So they definitely noted that. And one of the challenges for the DOT is that our traffic signals can often be spread by hours from one place to the other. So the technicians working on a traffic signal in Claremont might be called to fix one in Gorham, and that's not a short ride. So when they look at numbers of traffic signals per technician in an urban environment, it's a little different than it would be for us. They determined that the DOT was not well positioned to proactively manage signals due to the functional communications limitations. So essentially what they're saying, which kind of gets into this bill, is that we were not necessarily using the available technology to communicate from our headquarters to the traffic signals. So a lot of times our traffic signal technicians are getting complaints about a call that a signal's not cycling properly, or the signal's not functioning. We get kind of vague complaints about what's wrong with the signals, and we're not able to triage those calls by connecting to the controller remotely to make sure that everything's working all right. We typically have to send a technician out to the site and open the cabinet door to do that. And then they also noted the primary performance measure was our response to citizen complaints. So we didn't have any proactive performance measures, that we had reactive measures. So that was some of the things that they identified out of that study. Since that time, we reorganized our traffic signal maintenance and operations section so that we're taking more of we're tending to focus less on strictly the maintenance and response, and try to be more proactive and look at systems management and operation. So we've actually put a fairly senior engineering position on top of our signal group. We've developed a reliable inventory so that we know what we have, not just the number of signals, but what's in the cabinet. We're working on developing appropriate and measurable performance measures and looking for opportunities to use emerging traffic signal technologies, particularly those related to detection and signal efficiency, signal system efficiency. One of the things that these signals don't do, and a lot of people think that some timing changes will make things work better, but it gets to a point when we have saturated traffic conditions, and I know Representative Sykes is probably familiar with the Exit 18 corridor in Lebanon. We've got fairly high volumes of traffic coming from 3 different directions at the same time in the morning. There's not a lot that adaptive or signal technology can do with those things, because signals by definition are creating delay, and there's only so much they can push through the intersection. So a couple more points I wanted to make, that we do have adaptive signal control in a couple of areas, and that Exit 18 area in Lebanon is one of those areas. So adaptive signal control is essentially a term that means you add additional detection at a signal. So you can detect advance of the intersections, and then you can, the adaptive system will adjust the timing and phasing values in real time, not a coordinated system like we did initially would be where we would do some traffic counts and project an average condition, and we would design timings for that average condition. But if there was something happened that was different from that average, the signals wouldn't change to adapt to that. Adaptive signals can use real-time traffic volumes and adjust the phasing and timing to represent those real-time changes to traffic. So in that letter, I did describe what the difference between the actuated signals, a coordinated system, and adaptive signals. I know that was a 3-page testimony, and I've probably gone on longer than I should in this verbal testimony. Signals can be pretty complicated. I know in a lot of cases where we've optimized traffic signal timing and phasing through a corridor, our technicians get a lot of complaints because what we've done when we try to optimize the throughput along a corridor is we've penalized some of the intersecting side roads. I know I've been in some urban areas in other states where there's a marked difference in how much time people are willing to wait to enter a corridor or to make a left turn off a corridor. I think in a lot of ways we've spoiled traffic to expect if they come up to a light and they don't see anybody moving, they're going to get a green light right away. Oftentimes, if it's that one car that turns that phase, you're going to get a minimum time for that phase. So you're kind of wasting a phase for one vehicle at a time. We'd like to be able to stack more vehicles than that, but people aren't always patient enough to wait for more cars to come behind them. So with that, again, signals can be pretty complicated. I don't know if I can answer all the questions, but I'd be happy to answer as many as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Any questions for Mr. Lambert from the committee? First up, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your testimony. You and I have had this conversation not too long ago about the Route 3 intersection at Exit 20 up in Tilton. And you explained it clearly to me then that anytime you get into these intersection dilemmas, there's always a trade-off. There's either talking about the side roads, you're disadvantaging those side roads in order to keep the traffic flowing. I appreciated your testimony again today, and I'm wondering, is it your belief that this legislation is somehow misguided or should not be taken? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I didn't want, thank you for the question, Representative Hill. I didn't want it to come off as being, we certainly support anything that can improve mobility, and there's certainly room for improvement in our traffic signal operations. I think the commission would be valuable if for nothing else than to give, I think the folks in the committee and in the legislature an idea of what we have done and what things we'd like to do, and what that might cost moving forward. So I think it would be a good way. First of all, I think we could share the assessment that we had done in 2009, so you could see 10 years ago what we were looking to do as a place to start, and move on from there. It is a lot of work. I agree with the comment that the August 2021 might be pretty short, but I think we could probably identify some of the lower hanging fruit in that time.
Great, thank you very much.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your testimony. In regards to this commission, if they come up with a report and make some recommendations, and I understand it really depends on the technology on that, on what they're recommending. Can you give us some like a ballpark on like how long it would take to implement said recommendations?
It's hard to say without knowing what the recommendations are, but I'll use that assessment. And again, thank you for the question. I'll use the assessment that we had done in 2009. One of the things that they pointed out is that we may not have been taking advantage of all the alternative funding and manpower resources that were available. So they were recommending that we look into mutual funding with some of the municipalities in places where our coordinated systems overlap. So we were able to do that kind of thing fairly quickly. We identified certainly the obvious choices like the Manchester, Nashua, and some of the places where the local interest in coordinating signals through a state interchange were pretty high. But we also use that as a reason for starting our annual workshop where we hosted a workshop where it was essentially allowing the municipalities and the state DOT traffic signal folks to share some best practices. And that was one of the things we got out of that assessment. So some of those things are pretty easy to implement because there's not a lot of cost to them. It's when you start looking at maybe adding adaptive signals where that's going to mean putting more advanced detection. It could be as much as 100 or several 100,000, depending on how complicated the corridor is. That would end up having to be in a budget process and maybe even some dedicated funding through the capital program. And that might take longer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lambert.
Sure thing.
I don't see any other questions from the committee. Oh, there one more. Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Lambert. This assessment from 2009, was that another study commission or was that an internal assessment from the DOT?
Thank you for the question. That was an internal assessment that we requested through Federal Highway. Their resource center had an opportunity for us to have I guess, an independent audit or assessment of our program. And it came at a time when we, from the 1980s or 1970s, I think, into the late 90s, even into the 2000s, we had two different people that were responsible for our traffic signal operation with a lot of experience. And in that 2007-8 time period, the second of those people retired, so that we were kind of starting from scratch and looking for kind of a baseline of where we are and where we want to be. So we had reached out to Federal Highway. They had the resource available, and they did a fairly comprehensive assessment with some of their subject matter experts. And I can make that assessment available to this committee.
Good, thank you.
No other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Good to see everybody again.
Okay, that's all I have for. All I have signed up to speak. Any last minute arrivals for anybody else that would like wish to speak on this?
Yeah, you got one. Alex.
Oh, there is another one. Sorry. Alex, let me see if I can do this. Alex Katrobis.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you hear me?
You can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on House Bill 423. I'm here today representing the American Council of Engineering Companies of New Hampshire. We're an association of about 75 engineering and related firms. They employ over 1,500 New Hampshire residents, and they're engaged in a wide range of public and private engineering works. Professional engineers from New Hampshire consulting firms are often hired by both state and local governments to perform traffic engineering services. We are speaking today to request an amendment to the legislation. The bill as introduced does not mandate a civil or traffic engineer be a part of the study. Our simple request is to add a professional engineer from our association to the commission. We feel it's important that the bill be clear that a private sector engineer who very often is performing these services under contract by state and local government be a part of the study. In addition, we would ask that you consider adding a representative from the New Hampshire Public Works Association or the New Hampshire Municipal Association. As you know, much of the traffic engineering and other relevant issues are discussed and performed at the city and town level. And we feel that their perspective on this issue would be valuable to the commission's mission. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration, and if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And no others, Representative O'Hara? See none. As terms of the blue sheets, we have two other people that signed up in support of this bill. Representative Linda Gould and Eric Rathburn, member of the public, also supports this. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 423. We'll give our clerk a couple of minutes to regroup, to reset, and we'll go right into House Bill 424. Oh, my mic was off. Sorry about that. Folks. Thanks, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can you get to the committee members, the name of the gentleman who just last testified and the name of his professional organization? Because I think he made some points that we may want to follow up on.
Yep, I can give it to you right now if you'd like it.
Sure, go ahead.
His name is Alex Petrobas, A-O-U-P-R-O-U-B-A-S.
Yeah, I got Alex, but not the rest of it.
All right, we're having, I'll get it to you. We're having microphone issues, it sounds like.
Yeah. Maybe you can give it to, or Brad can send a note to us or something like that.
Okay.
Yes, I can send it over to you, Representative Sykes, if that's okay with you, Representative Walsh.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 424, an act establishing a committee to study ways to reduce texting while driving. Representative Terosian, welcome again.
I'm still here. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the Transportation Committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Peter Trojan. I represent the Rockingham County District 14, towns of Atkinson and Plastow. I'm here on this one again to ask for your support on House Bill 424, establishing a commission to study ways to reduce texting while driving. This is another bill that was passed by both bodies last year and got kind of shoveled under the table because of all of what's going on. I think it's still needed. Nothing's changed since then, so I'm back again asking you to hopefully OTP out of committee. Again, I'll tell you the reason why this is a commission instead of a bill, or instead of a, something that creates either fines or fees or taking somebody's license away, because we've had a bunch of those over the years, and they don't seem to work. I don't know about any of you all, but when I drove up today, this morning to go to my committee for hearings, I lost count of the number of people I saw texting on the highway, and for that matter, on the back roads. It's a problem. It's a safety issue. And as you may have gathered from my last testimony, I believe in creating efficiencies in our traffic flow where we can. And this is another place, in addition to the safety issues, you have, I've sat before at a light behind somebody that was at the beginning of the line that had to finish their text before they could move on. So it's an inconvenience. It's also for its efficiency, and I would argue it also adds to more emissions, vehicle emissions than there may be otherwise. And again, the reason why it's a commission is quite simply, this bill attempts to bring the interested parties to the table to solve the ongoing problem. I don't think you can do it with enforcement, because we've done that and it didn't seem to make it any better. Maybe the last bill that made it illegal in New Hampshire in the beginning maybe helped a little bit, but the numbers seem to have gone back up, and I've heard from law enforcement supporting that fact. So I believe this is another place we need to use technology to solve the problem. There are devices that commercial trucking uses. There's one called a Vector that it simply disables your mobile device while the vehicle's in motion. I don't know that that would work completely for a passenger vehicle, because it may disable everybody's device, and passengers that aren't driving certainly shouldn't be impacted and would be probably upset about it. So this bill attempts to get a commission together, members of law enforcement, House, the Senate, members of the industry, both technology and automobile, to come up with a solution. I believe if we put our heads together, we can solve the problem, at least make it more manageable. So that is the reason for the bill. I hope you support it. And with that, I'll take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Representative Terosian. You did say this one did pass last year. I forgot.
Yeah, this one did as well. They both did.
Well, I've got both notes of. Did one before also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am curious to know why this would have to be some sort of statutory commission. Wouldn't it be better for, say, the Department of Public Safety to have some kind of symposium, or have, a conference of some sort to bring parties together to discuss ways in which this problem could be, tackled? Maybe they can do a public education, advertising campaign or something like that. I don't see that this is a legislative kind of thing to do.
Okay, I'd be glad to answer that kind of question. It's more of a statement, Representative, and I'll answer it this way. I would certainly welcome that. But the reality is, since texting has become a problem, it hasn't happened. And so I think the legislature certainly has the responsibility to look at safety issues. I think this, it would be beneficial to solve the problem, in my opinion. That's why I'm before you today. Could it be done another way? Perhaps it could. Sometimes it takes something more organized to get the ball rolling. And so, if you could come up with a way to make that happen without a commission, that would be great. I think it's one of those, elephants in the room. People don't like to talk about the problem that texting presents, because everybody likes their devices. And they, in one hand, they acknowledge it's a safety issue. They acknowledge it's an inconvenience when you're stuck behind somebody. You can see it when you're on the road and somebody's going really slow, then they speed up when they're done texting, and then they slow down again. So, you know, I'm open to any and every way to solve the problem. I said in the onset, I don't think we've had, again, bills to increase the fines, and after 3 strikes and you're out, you lose your license kind of thing. This is an addictive behavior as far as I can tell. And so you have to find a way through technology to solve the problem. And that's why I'm here with this mission.
Okay, seeing no other, seeing no other questions from the committee, I do have another person signed up to speak. Thank you, Representative Terogen. Dan Goodman from AAA. Are you there, Dan?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can now.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman Walsh. And thank you, members of the committee, for giving me a few minutes today. For the record, my name is Dan Goodman, and I am the Manager of Public Affairs for AAA Northern New England. And for those who don't know, AAA is an auto club membership organization of over 100 million members in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And we actively advocate for public policy that makes New Hampshire a safer place to live, work, and raise our families. I'm here in support of this bill. I sent my written testimony last night, so I'll be extremely brief. I just wanted to touch on a few points. This is an extremely timely bill, as traffic deaths in New Hampshire have increased over the last year, throughout the pandemic. Despite fewer drivers on the road, law enforcement is saying distracted driving is playing an increasing factor in a lot of these deaths. And we have done just a ton of research on this topic, and over the last 8 to 10 years. And to quickly speak on all that research, probably a dozen studies, you know, any cell phone use behind the wheel is extremely dangerous and actually quadruples your crash risk. And texting, as this bill wants to talk about, increase your crash risk 23 times worse than driving while not distracted. And we also produce an annual survey across the country, and consistently about 80 to 85% of drivers say distraction is just a serious issue that we need to talk about. And so really just to conclude, as Representative Terogen said, I think it's really important that we need to look at every opportunity to reduce distracted driving and to make New Hampshire roads make it as safe as possible. And I hope you'll support this bill. And that's it. And thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. My question is about kind of like the status quo and what might be hoped to be achieved by this. You mentioned that there are numerous other studies and research done into this. Can you cite any other advancements or any other examples that other states or anybody else has done to, I don't know, clamp down on this more, or whatever the attempt here is?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I think for a more thoughtful answer, if you wouldn't mind, I'd be happy to kind of dive into that and kind of come up with what other states are doing. And I think what Representative Terogen talked about, you know, a lot of states are doing, you know, increased fines. There's a lot of public service announcements, PSAs. New Hampshire does a great job, their Office of Highway Safety, on producing PSAs and educational components. There's annual conferences, and there's, you know, New Hampshire has the Traffic Safety Commission that I sit on, a governor-appointed Traffic Safety Commission, and we regularly meet about distracted driving and figuring out, it's a collaborative private-public partnership throughout the state, try to figure out ways that we can tackle distracted driving among the other issues. So there are a lot of different ways to go about this. I think a commission is a great idea to bring more people together. But I think the long and short of it is I'm not really familiar of some very successful ways to reduce distracted driving off the top of my head from other states, but I'd be happy to look into it.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Polarski.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Goodman. I'm looking at the membership of the commission, and other than 5 legislators, we have a designee from the Department of Transportation, a designee of the Department of Safety, and then a representative of the telecommunications industry. Would you like to see another member, perhaps from an organization similar to yours, or can you recommend someone else who is maybe more fluent in the data, the studies? I'm just wondering if the membership is a little limited.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I think AAA would be happy to participate in this sort of commission. We're regularly just doing probably as much research as anyone on this topic, so I'd be happy to share the most recent data that's coming out. Most of our data, we team with the University of Utah for a lot of this research. So I'd be happy to, and I don't have the bill in front of me, I should. And I don't know if the representative has included the auto dealers. I think having them on that would be beneficial. I'm just thinking of other private organizations that are involved. I think having more people around the table is always good. So.
Thank you for your feedback on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. A fellow I am friendly with that is much smarter than I once suggested an action that could take place rather quickly that would affect texting and driving. And I'm wondering if you might have an opinion on that from the AAA standpoint, or whether you know if this idea has been tried anywhere. The idea was that if through legal action, if you could say the insurance companies aren't required to pay for a claim, if the insurance company could prove that you were doing something like texting and driving at the time that the accident occurred. Has that been ever tried anywhere that you know of within your AAA network? And by the way, I am in full disclosure, a AAA convert. Thank you.
Well, Representative, thank you for the question, and thank you for being a member. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that, but I'd be happy to kind of dig through some of the insurance data that's out there, and try, as well as the first question I was asked, kind of gather a little bit more information for you and get back to you if that would work. But I apologize, I can't really comment on that.
That'd be terrific. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Goodman. Okay, do we have anybody added on, Representative O'Hara?
No one's raised their hand yet.
No newcomers?
Oh, you're good.
Okay. 2 other people that have signed up in support of this bill, Maura Weston, representing AT&T, and our friend Eric Rathbun, a member of the public, representing himself, also in support. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 424.
Wow. Didn't go up.
We like it?
Yeah.
Bingo. Yeah.
Okay. We open the public hearing on House Bill 260 FM. An act relative to number plates for motor vehicles. And Representative Pryor is the prime. Is he on the list?
I see him on everything.
Whenever you're
Hello,
ready,
can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County, District 37, the towns of Hudson and Pelham. This bill will eliminate the requirement for a passenger vehicle to display a front license plate. The mounting of a front license plate can have significant effect on the value of certain vehicles. This is especially true with collectible cars, higher-end sports cars, and imported vehicles that may not have been designed for North American-shaped license plate. Additionally, car manufacturers have been seeking to optimize the aerodynamic profile of their vehicles to maximize fuel efficiency. But the front plate mount on vehicles is optional equipment and not included in EPA testing. There's no incentive to optimize it as it doesn't affect the window sticker rating. Vehicles with only rear license plates are already on our roads. 20 states and 9 out of 13 Canadian provinces and territories do not require front license plates. 7 additional states have exemptions for certain vehicle types or categories. Our neighbor Vermont effectively repealed the requirement to have a unique front license plate that is useful for identification, first temporarily in 2012, but this temporary measure was made permanent in 2016. Ohio repealed its front plate requirement on passenger vehicles effective in 2019. The fiscal note on this bill assumes the department would continue manufacturing 2 plates in every set and only require the vehicle owner to pay for 1 to forecast the fiscal loss to the state as a result of this bill. I'm surprised that the pool of non-commercial vehicles in the state wouldn't be large enough to justify the production and maintenance of a separate set of 1 plate stock. According to news reports, Ohio expected to save $1.4 million per year by making fewer plates following its repeal, even though it lowered its registration costs when implementing the change. Thank you. I also submitted to the committee written testimony with this information and some more details, which hopefully you all received. And thank you for your time and consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Prout. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Drury from the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. Is he on the line?
Yeah.
Jim Drury,
I'm on the line, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
yeah, now, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Walsh and members of the committee. My name is John Drury. I'm the police chief in Farmington, New Hampshire. I've just started my 22nd year in law enforcement. I'm also a member of the Stratford County Accident Reconstruction Team and have been for about 15 years. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 260 FN relative to number plates for motor vehicles on behalf of myself and the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. I submitted written testimony, so I don't want to bore you in rereading that to you. I submitted it yesterday, so I hope you all have it. Over the years, a front license plate has made my job much easier. I've seen them imprinted into the side of houses, into the sides and the rears of other vehicles. In hit and run situations, I actually personally witnessed one where a car at about 15 miles an hour hit the rear of an old Crown Vic that happened to have my old chief of police in it. And it was only about a 10 or a 15 mile an hour crash. And that license plate imprinted perfectly on the rear of that old Crown Vic. And that person stayed behind, obviously. They weren't going to go too far with several officers standing around directing traffic around. One of our sidewalk plows had fallen off the sidewalk and tipped over on that particular day. And but it was a perfect example of just how these license plates do hold up in a collision. They are very reflective and they stand out really well. In the nighttime, I've always been able to see them well. And if you can imagine, I've got three roads that run through my town: Route 11, Route 75, Route 153, and we're also near the Spalding Turnpike. We get a lot of bolos from the city of Rochester and Dover, and we're always seem to, at least once or twice a day, be looking out for a vehicle that another city or another community has asked us to look out for. And those roads are anywhere from 40 to 50 to 55 miles an hour. And having a front license plate just makes my life so much easier when I'm trying to look at a vehicle that's passing me at 75 or 80 feet per second, and being able to see it. I mean, we are obviously also looking for the color of the car and things like that, but we'd have to spin around to look for a particular vehicle and try and get behind it and probably pull over a few people accidentally that we were looking for a similar car, but it was right up until the last moment, perhaps even when the officer would have hit the blue lights, pull somebody over to realize that it's not the right plate we're looking for. Those are just a few of the things that I can see. I'm a car guy. I like a nice clean front end of my car, but the safety and being able to identify it through that front plate has served me well my whole career. In aerodynamics, I spoke to a mechanical engineer who also works on the accident reconstruction team. And you have to remember that that front license plate is being followed by 2,000 pounds or more of vehicle behind it, the engine and the radiator and all of that that's going over and around and underneath the car. So I think aerodynamically, the front license plate being 6 inches wide and 12 inches, or I'm sorry, 12 inches wide and 6 inches tall isn't going to affect gas mileage much. We're going to lose more gas mileage in people that have underinflated tires than we do by having someone with a front plate on their car. In closing, I oppose the bill because of the safety in the public outweighs my car guy vanity. And I would respectfully ask that you find the bill inexpedient to legislate. Having two plates just makes it so much easier to locate a stolen motor vehicle for us. It allows for witnesses and victims to have a better chance of seeing plates of a suspicious vehicle involved in crimes. When a person pulls into a convenience store to rob it, there's a chance that that store will have surveillance equipment that will pick up that car's license plate for us and help us solve a crime. And it has done so in the past. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I don't want to bore you with the testimony I already provided you with. And I greatly appreciate you allowing me the time to talk.
I see Representative Tularski, a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Drury, for taking my question. In terms of the front license plate, I know that law enforcement are maybe a little more experienced in how to look and quickly, identify a plate. Do you think that when it comes to the general public, in terms of things such as Amber Alerts or any one of those things we see on the news or in the flashing DOT signs, do you think that having a front plate helps the public in being able to spot those, and that might actually make a difference in a situation of crisis, perhaps with a missing child?
I definitely do. Thank you for that question. I think by having the front plate, you're perhaps not quite twice as likely to find that person. But I just think it makes it much easier with cars coming towards you, cars going away from you. I've always found it easier to read the plate as the vehicle is approaching me. As the plate's getting bigger, the vehicle's getting bigger, instead of as the vehicle passes me and it's getting smaller and chasing away. And especially we're now with our state having a 7-digit plate. That's a lot of numbers to get quickly in a short amount of time. So I really think it does help. And then, to touch on, you have people that transport bicycles on the back of their cars. You have people that are working that may have a ladder or a tailgate down, bringing home plywood from Home Depot or someplace. And I think just that front place increases our odds of getting a good identification on the car.
Thank you very much.
Let's see a couple more questions. Representative Ankerberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief Drury. Does the state of New Hampshire, do police departments here use automatic license plate readers? And if so, wouldn't that negate some of the concerns that might be had about identifying vehicles going at a high rate of speed? Thank you.
So the state has legalized law enforcement agencies to use those. It'll be quite a long time before they end up in my department. I don't even have MDTs in my cars because I think it's more important for my officers to have their eyes on the road and to have their eyes on what they're looking out the windows at. I do think license plate readers are coming. And like I say, they were authorized with a lot of restrictions in them. My understanding is, and you may have to correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not it's something that I hadn't considered for my agency, so I'm not up to date on them, but I believe the data is only held in the system for about 3 minutes. And I think it is a wonderful tool, but I think that technology is still a long ways off for us. And to add to it, the license plate reader would only see, I would imagine, what the human eye would in a vehicle coming towards us. I would assume they probably would work as a vehicle going away from us as well, but with the price of a cruiser right now being about $31,000 and then another $10,000 to minimally outfit it, and I have 6 cruisers for my town alone. I'm assuming that that information and that technology is going to add a significant amount onto my budget as well that I'm not going to sell to my Board of Selectmen quite so soon.
So Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Drury. My question was similar in that automated readers are only good if you can see the plate. So reducing the plates by half would reduce the identification possibilities by half. I know Nashua uses identification processing and it's been very, very helpful. So I just wanted to, you answered the same question. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering about other states. I know that there's at least a few that that have the one plate requirement. Are there records? Are there studies that show they have difficulty in the areas that you mentioned? Are the advantage of having front plates?
I can tell you that in front of me, I was able to get a hold of some information from Vermont, Texas, Maine, as well as a couple of other states. The one information that I found came, oddly enough, from the Vermont Petroleum Association, and I have not confirmed this information. It was provided to, as part of their testimony to the Vermont's House Transportation, was that motor vehicles are used in 70% of all serious crimes throughout the United States, according to a study by the National Association of Chiefs of Police. So that was kind of one of the big takebacks I had. I understand there are quite a few, states that require only the rear plate. When I look at things and looking at our toll booths throughout the state, those are things that are going to have to be adjusted to be able to capture only a rear plate. And that technology, as well as those cameras. And if I have a hitch on my vehicle with only one plate, am I now obstructing the, that license plate, as well as, like a bicycle on the back of a car, things along those lines that may cost the state some toll revenue. And I'll let I believe there's other testimony coming, so I don't want to steal their thunder, but things like that. I can't so much speak for other states. I know when we're looking for a mass vehicle, we always have to assume that it may only have one plate on it. And when we're looking for it in our town, it slows down our process an awfully lot, because if the car is parked, say in a bank parking lot, or something like that, the officer, and it's backed in with no plate showing, we've got to get out of our car and go around and try and look at it. As long as it's parked in a place that we would consider plain view. So I apologize if I digressed a little. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Chief Joe.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure and an honor.
Have a good afternoon. That's all I have signed up to speak. Is there anybody else from the public that would wish to speak to this? Or is anybody else added on?
I signed up, Mr. Chair, as a co-sponsor to speak on it.
Okay. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't forget your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Terry Terosian. I represent I'm here to testify in support of the bond. Is what I do right here, and the mayor of the committee has testimony on some of those. It's on record. Well, I don't know. You talked about it for the break. Those that are on virtually hear me now. Are you getting any response?
Can you try again? Can you represent Terosian?
Anybody?
Yes. No.
Is it me?
I don't know what to say.
Well, he just came in, the tech just came in and worked on these mics earlier. And he says he hopes this works. Can anybody hear me? Nope.
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
They can.
Yeah. Wow. We need to grab that microphone and drag that one over.
Yeah, grab that microphone. Drag it over.
No, bring this one over there to you.
How are we gonna get this one? Let's do that one.
You can see the image now. At home.
We nod. Can you hear me?
Is it me or what?
Try not.
All right.
Just try without raising, without talking into it.
Okay. Well, I'll speak as loud as I can. Anyways, I was saying, and I apologize if you can't hear me at home. I'm testifying today in support of this bill. 19 states currently only require one license plate. you heard earlier testimony that cars, when you attach a front license plate on virtually all vehicles, not just collectible vehicles, you usually end up damaging the bumper to do it. Most cars, somebody takes a live bolt and screws it into the front bumper, and that does damage and it does devalue the car. Now, you could argue that, well, if you're going to sell a car to somebody in New Hampshire, maybe it doesn't make a difference. But the fact of the matter is that sometimes you sell a vehicle out of state. And I know for a fact that any vehicle that goes to a one plate only state, the vehicle's worth less because you have holes now in the bumper. So that's one issue. The other is that the vehicles aren't designed to have a front license plate. Now, you did hear testimony that, you know, it's a small license plate on a 2,000-pound vehicle. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's all about aerodynamics these days. More and more cars are becoming more slippery aerodynamically to increase fuel efficiency. It's not an all or nothing proposition. It's cumulative with everything you do with the vehicle. So having that plate, which is a blunt surface in the airstream, does make disrupted airflow around the plate. That also can impact the radiator from getting clean air through it as well. So that is an issue. In regard to license plate scanners in the state, they're here. They're being used. Their use is going to continue to be used more and more, you know, as we go on in time. We've heard testimony in the past that those plates can read the plate on the back. It doesn't need a front plate to read it. Now, we heard that, well, if the plate's obstructed, well, this bill doesn't prevent, or having this bill doesn't prevent somebody from taking off a license plate front or back, or you know, putting something on the vehicle that can block the plate. So that's kind of a side issue from what this plate addresses, or what this bill addresses. As far as reading a plate on the front of the vehicle, try doing it when you're on the road on a two-lane road where you're traveling at 50, 60 miles an hour with a closure rate of 120 miles an hour. You heard there are 7 digits on most plates now. It's very difficult, if not impossible, you may get 1 or 2 digits, but it's not so easy to do. Also, keep in mind that at night, these plates aren't lit. So there's a requirement to have the rear plate lit. The front plate is no requirement, and you cannot see them at night at all. So it's my opinion that the value of having 2 plates is minimal. The state would save some money by only manufacturing 1. Granted, it's not a lot of money. And for these reasons, I'm in support and hope the committee finds it to OTP for passing this 1 plate option. Now, keep in mind that if the way the bill is drafted, if somebody decides they want to have a second plate, nothing in this bill prevents them from having a second plate. So it gives people the option that want to go that way. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. And you know, there's always the sky is falling kind of attitude. I would suggest that if this committee passed this and this became law, I don't think you'd hear any more about it. But if you did, and it was that you found that we couldn't live with it for whatever reason, nothing stops you from going back and having legislation. So I hope we decide to do this now. This has been before the committee several times. I've talked to several people in the 19 states, and their law enforcement doesn't have an issue with it. And keep in mind too, New Hampshire, we don't have a sign at the border that says if you only have 1 license plate, you can't drive in New Hampshire. We have vehicles from many of these other states that drive here. There's never an issue collecting the Easy Pass toll. In fact, I have a relative that lives in Florida, which is a 1-plate state, and I've driven that vehicle here through the tolls. It's never been a problem. So sometimes we're afraid of the outcome, but I hope you consider supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I've got a couple of hands up. Representative Sykes.
He's not gonna hear my answer probably.
No, I could actually, finally, thank you, Representative Terosian. Thank you, Chairman Walsh. I have a question for you, Chairman Walsh, and then I have a question for Representative Terosian. Do you have a preference in the order that I asked them?
I don't.
Okay, I guess I'll ask Representative Terosian my question of him first, because he's right there. We've got a mic that's working for him. Yay. Representative Terosian, you're one of the co-sponsors of this bill. I am curious to know if you would be opposed to considering a possibility that the one license plate requirement would only apply to antique vehicles and perhaps some other types of vehicles which by design are not set up for a second plate.
Thank you for the question, Representative. We certainly would support that amendment if it meant the difference between not passing it at all. In other words, I certainly support the bill as it's drafted, but I would take that over nothing. And I would suggest if you want to go down that road, to consider collectible vehicles as well. That most definitely bigger valuation of the vehicle if you put a plate on.
Thank you for that insight, Representative Terosian. I appreciate it. And
Thank you,
I've added collectibles to my very short list here. Mr. Chairman, in past years when we've heard this bill, there's been quite a lot of discussion about toll collecting and the impacts for this one plate bill. And yet today we didn't have any testimony from the Turnpike Authority where they typically are collecting these tolls. I wonder if there's some way to get feedback from them to see if anything has changed, or do we go back to the 2019 testimony to learn how this bill will affect collection of tolls?
Yeah, Representative Sykes, I'll look into that. I was surprised not to see them in their Department of Safety either, but maybe they decided this isn't such a bad bill after all, just perhaps.
Maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
It helps. If I remember correctly, last time we looked when this bill was before us, the main issue, or it could have been the only issue that the Department of Transportation had, was on the catch lanes. They said that their cameras on the catch lanes looked at the front plate. All the other cameras that dealt with it looked at the rear. So the fact that they didn't have it on the front did not apply to anything other than the catch lanes. Now I know since then, has been passed, they're going to start seeing them disappear, perhaps. But I will look into it and I'll see if I can get some information out of them.
Yeah, I would, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would appreciate that. That's not quite how I remember their testimony. So it'd be really important for them to clarify for us.
Fair enough. Representative Terosky.
Thank you. I did have a question, but I see on the participant side, there's a couple people with their hands raised that might be able to provide a little more insight. However, I did have one question. I can't tell if Representative Terosian is still there or not.
He is still there.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Terosian. You mentioned a cost saving since you're only going to have to produce one plate. However, the bill is exactly the same version as HB 395, which we had in 2019, and it's simply written as an option to only display one plate. And if I remember the testimony from the DMV, they said there would be no savings because they would still need to produce two plates for every number because they wouldn't know who would want to select only one plate. Has something changed in that? Because I don't think this bill is any different from the one we had 2 years ago.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And no, what's changed is that would be, if this were to become law, the DMV would get a picture of how many vehicle owners would want either one or two plates. In other words, right now that's somewhat of an unknown. But the fact of the matter is, particularly on a new vehicle, you go to register, you could have a group of plates available with 2 plates, you could have just a 1 plate. In other words, when you register a vehicle and get a new plate, you're starting from scratch. So on any new vehicle registered, there could be the option, if you want 1 plate, it's coming out of this pile of plates. If you want 2, it's the other pile. So the reality is less license plates would be printed, and that should be a cost savings. Again, I said it would be a minor savings, but nonetheless, it should be a savings.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would want to hear testimony from the DMV on that if that's would be in the plans or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we do have a few other hands up. I recognize a couple of them. Any more questions for Representative Trojan? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
This will go to William Haynes. Are you there, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can now. Good afternoon.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Captain William Haynes. I'm with the Office of Highway Safety, but I'm here today also representing the Department of Safety. And I just want to indicate that the Department of Safety is opposed to this bill, that we still feel very strongly that for safety concerns and other reasons that we should stay with the 2-plate mandate. And I just would like to clarify one thing. There was some testimony that perhaps you can't see a license plate in the front at night. However, those plates are highly reflective. And with my 19 years of patrolling the roads, I can read front plates. I make it a practice to read them as they go by me unless they're obscured in some way. So because they are highly reflective and because of the headlights that we have, and especially nowadays with some of the LED headlights, you can see them very clearly. And if you took on your way home this evening, hopefully you're not out that late, but if you were to be driving the next evening and you paid attention, you see that you could in fact read that plate. So again, on both behalf of the Office of Highway Safety and Department of Safety, we're opposed to only going to 1 plate. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for Captain Haynes from the committee?
Yes, I have.
Representative Aaron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Haynes, for your testimony. And I'm interested to know, how do you feel about if this bill were to be changed to only allow vehicles that were antiques or collectibles to have just a 1 plate?
Well, that's an interesting question. I know that's very, there's a very small amount to those, so I think the impact would be minimal. But I question once we open that door, whether we're opening the door further. I know I personally own 7 other modern hot rods that it did hurt my feelings to drill holes in the front bumper, but I realized that the benefits from a safety perspective clearly outweigh the 2 holes that I had to drill in my bumper for what it's worth. But I think from a Department of Safety perspective, we'd like to stay with the 2 plates.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Captain Haynes? Representative Pulaski.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Captain Haynes, thank you. What's the purpose of a plate? Is there any reason other than identification of the vehicle, and by that the owner also?
It does a number of things, actually. I mean, that's its primary responsibility is to indicate that the vehicle's properly registered. And so one of the things we do, and obviously, that's tied to revenues and everything else in our state, as significant revenues at the town level. But what it does do is it allows us to recognize immediately that the person operating that vehicle's properly registered with that plate. And on that plate are stickers, as you know. It's the year and then the month of the year, but it also identifies that that vehicle is not only registered in that year, but helps us assist to ensure that that vehicle is got the right safety inspection for the right period of time by matching the color of the front plate, verifying it's within the correct year, and then looking simultaneously at the windshield and verifying that the color of the sticker. So it does a number of things outside of crime, but just from a pure traffic safety perspective, in pure ensuring people are complying with the laws and rules of the state as it relates to safe operation, not safe operation, but operating vehicles that are safe to be on our roadways.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Captain Haynes.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to Jeff Oberdink next. Sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jeff Oberdink, and I am testifying on this bill today on behalf of the Division of Motor Vehicles, and we are also in opposition to this bill for a number of reasons, which I will outline. The first is the language in the bill wasn't clear if it included all plate types. As you know, there are many different plate types. But most importantly, one of the pieces of clarification that's sought is it says, and further provided that a passenger vehicle shall only be required to display one number plate. Well, a passenger vehicle to us means school bus and motor coach. So if we're talking about the passenger car, that language change would need to be done. But specifically to talk a little bit about what Representative Tulerski keyed in on was our main talking point is the distribution of plates to 234 towns. At what percentage do we distribute single plates versus two sets of plates? How do we begin to guess who's going to take advantage of this program? Do we do 10%, get a single plate? Do we do 90% we think are going to stay with the double plates? There's a significant amount of logistics behind making sure 234 towns have the correct plates. Are we to assume that everybody gets two plates and that you simply throw one plate out? Do you no longer allow citizens to walk into a DMV or a town and expect to walk out with plates because now we would order them and send them versus having different plate types in stock of which percentage we're not sure? So for all of those reasons and the reasons described by Captain Haynes and State Police, we are opposed to the bill as it's written. And I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up. Boy, I'll do my best with this.
Chris W.
Chris Vazook.
Well, good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can now. Good afternoon. Can we get your name and your representatives?
I know the audio from the room is a little difficult to hear, but I just want to make sure you can hear me. So my name is Chris Waschuk, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner with the Department of Transportation. I'd like to state the department's concern with this bill. This bill has been before this committee in years past. The requirement that only the rear plate of the passenger vehicle be displayed is very problematic for the E-ZPass system. Right now, we have a system that can capture both the front and the rear plate. And by eliminating one of those options, it certainly reduces our ability to effectively be able to enforce any violations or unpaid transactions. I just want to give some statistics on the E-ZPass system for some of the members of the committee. In essence, E-ZPass is used by 30 toll agencies in 19 states. The system provides a seamless, efficient, effective way to collect that toll from both in-state residents and out-of-state users, particularly when we're talking about open road tolling and all electronic tolling, which in essence will eliminate the toll booth and cash option and go to, sole transponder-based or license-based collection. That is being implemented in the Spalding Turnpike in about 18 months to 2 years. So the department is moving towards that type of approach. The Turnpike system also operates as an enterprise fund where all the revenue collected on the system is used on the system. Certainly the system, the revenue pays for the system's operation and maintenance. It pays for the outstanding bonds that we use to build the system. It pays for R&R work or renewal and reconstruction work to make sure the system is in good working order. And then the remaining revenue is put to the capital expansion program. So all the money is put right back into the system. In fiscal year 19, prior to the pandemic, 131 million of toll revenue was collected. In fiscal year 20, that revenue dropped to 118 million because of the reduction in traffic. We collected 110 million transactions. Of those 110 million transactions in fiscal year 20, Where no valid transponder was read, the license plate of the vehicle was captured. Roughly 6.4 million images were read. And according to our back office vendor, roughly 60% of those images, or 3.8 million, are the front plate. So we're talking about a very, very high risk here. When those images are read, some of those images are basically categorized and associated with the account in an ITOL. So for example, E-ZPass account holders that have transponders, if for some reason their transponder is not read, or they're sharing a transponder, or they have, for whatever reason, removed the transponder from the windshield, their license plate is read. And then that plate is associated with the vehicle, with the account, and the toll is extracted from the account with no issues. There's a 7-day to pay provision. So if someone doesn't have an account, goes through, they can go online and pay. So the license plate that's captured is used by that aspect. And then for those that do not pay, we send them an invoice to collect the toll. So it is very concerning and a potential high revenue loss for the system if the front plate is eliminated on vehicles. The department provides, I would say the department is highly reliable on being able to capture both plates. Many times, and it's been noted before in past testimony, there may be a bike rack on the rear, there may be a trailer being pulled, there may be some other appurtenance that's blocking the rear plate, and without the front plate, we would not be able to collect that toll. So having that redundancy and ability to read either the front or the rear plate is paramount to maximizing the collection of the toll revenue when there is no transponder that's read in the lanes. Additionally, the department does not have rear cameras in all of its toll lanes. The cash-only lanes at all the toll plazas only have front cameras installed to capture the violators. So if this bill is passed, in addition to the potential high revenue loss in the electronic toll lanes, the department would need to install rear cameras in 26 lanes at an estimated cost of $9,000 per lane, or $234,000. So for the reasons above, the department cannot support this bill with the requirement that only one license plate, the rear plate, be required. And that concludes my testimony. I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have. And I believe my testimony was also submitted electronically earlier today.
Thank you, Mr. Walchuk. Actually, I have a question. Yeah, first, you did say you sent me written testimony, and if you did include the statistics that you told us about the how many registered front plate recordings there are?
I'm sorry, it's very difficult to discern exactly what you're asking.
You recognize some of the images of the front plate because to save revenue from getting lost. You also have the images where images of the front plate just to see much more from third-world states, vehicles from other states.
I am sorry, the way you're coming across, it's very mumbled, and I cannot make out any word that you're saying. I apologize.
Well, maybe I'm
I don't know if there's a better microphone.
Well, I've been fighting with this thing all day. I apologize. I'll look for the written testimony and see if my answer is there. Let me try somebody else, see if you can hear them. Representative Aaron.
I basically had the same question you did, Mr. Chairman.
You can try it, maybe you can hear
So-
me.
I can hear you, Representative.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Okay, maybe it's the pitch of my voice, I don't know. So yeah, well, part of our chairman's question was, how do you deal with other states' vehicles that only have one license plate? I mean, are you losing revenue from them?
Well, so we do have the ability to capture the rear plate. So in those instances, the rear plate is captured, and certainly if that rear plate is blocked, then yes, that is lost revenue because we really don't have the ability to have that added redundancy. Now, I will say that the majority of the traffic on our system is from Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Vermont is, probably fourth. Vermont is the only state in New England that has this one plate requirement. I will say, and I downloaded, and it was actually last year, so I don't know if it's been updated, which states require only one plate. And the majority of the states are southern states. They don't have any winter issues. And they likely, other than Florida, the majority of those states don't have any toll authorities. So I'm not saying that there aren't any states that have toll authorities and only require one plate, but what I'm saying is the vast majority of those 19 are southern states without toll authorities. So this is a serious concern for the Easy Pass system and the potential of lost revenue. I cannot tell you how much lost revenue that potentially will be, because right now our vendor is, the way that they're trained, they automatically default to the front plate, and if that front plate is legible, they use that plate. They don't look at the rear plate, and 60% of the reads are front plate reads. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yep, Mr. O'Hara, Representative O'Hara.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to her question. Of the 60% that were read the front plates, was that determined that the back plate was unreadable, or was that just that they read the front plates first and that's where it stopped?
No. So what that meant, so the vendor's process is that they typically read the front plate first. If that front plate is legible, they use that plate. And in 60% of the time, that front plate is used. The other 40%, the rear plate is used. So in those cases where the rear plate is used, I can't say that the front plate was illegible. I mean, we haven't done that level of analysis.
Okay.
Did you want to follow up?
No, we're good.
Okay. Representative Aaron, you still had your hand up? Or you're good?
Sorry.
You can lower your hand, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
But Mr. Chair, excuse me one moment. I did not receive a copy of Mr. Waschuk's testimony, so I'm wondering where we might get that.
I'm going to confirm, I'm going to talk with, and I don't even know if anybody can hear me anymore at this point. I'll be talking with our researcher and maybe staff to figure out the best way to make sure that the committee members are getting all this literature, all this testimony. I'm not sure exactly the easiest way to do it right now. That's why I'll get some advice and reach out to everybody later.
If I can chime in, Representative Walsh, I do have his testimony. It was emailed to the full committee. However, if some committee members did not receive it, just let me know. I can forward it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Mr. West. Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to point out that his testimony was emailed to us, but it was sent from a Kathleen Hampson and not directly from him. So if you search your email under Kathleen Hampson, you will find it.
Okay. We'll talk when we close this hearing on the best way to make sure everybody's getting their emails. I know for a fact some people are not, and I just want to make sure that's resolved. That is the last speaker that I have. Did anybody else pop up recently?
Seeing none.
Seeing none? Okay. In terms of people who have signed up, in support of, we have Representative Roy, Representative Leakis, Representative Ogre, Representative Craig, Representative Smith, Jonathan Smith, Representative Bob Green. And Representative Alicia Leakis. We also have my proposer from the New Hampshire School Transportation Association who was opposed. And we have 4 members of the public that are in support of Holly Bean, Alvin C., Alex Weird, Reed, I'm not sure. And I apologize, one of them, Eric Ralph, my friend, is opposed. So that's everybody that is signed up for this bill. So with that being said, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 260. Just a couple of notes before we go. Again, like I said, we'll get this resolved with emails. And I thank you for your patience today with some of the downtime. Again, I had a change of plans with our exec session. And to be honest with you, did not know how it was going to go day one with this whole hybrid system. I think it went actually better than I thought it was. So
Yes.
things should get a little bit smoother. Next week, the bills, I kept them mostly at a half an hour piece again, but they are a little more substantive. So I suspect they're not going to have as much downtime. On a lighter note, the downtime is better than being 3 hours behind too, because I've been there and that is not a lot of fun. Next week, we will certainly be doing executive session. If you notice the calendar, the last thing I think I scheduled is for 2:15. Don't quote me on that, but that's not the end of our day. We will go into exec session after our final public hearing next week. The most part, it'll be the bills we've dealt with today. So unless there's any questions, I think we're good. See you then. Thanks, everybody, and have a good night.